Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel. I appreciate each and every single one of you taking time out of your day, a work day. Here we are again with a live stream. I have a couple things to address first off. I'm sorry that the audio is going to be a little bassy. This room is basically empty other than my equipment and what you see behind me. We're moving. I apologize. It's the best I can do. Number two, if I seem scattered today, I apologize. Literally right now, my wife is in Florida and we're dealing with a funeral that's going on right now and I can't be there, which is kind of, if you know what I mean. So we're going to go through this. I have a couple things I want to show you before we go, before the hearing starts. We'll jump into that. But first, if I can ask you to help me with the YouTube algorithm. They've done a number on the channel in the last 3 days, probably because I've been hammering the ATF. Like the video, share it, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Guns and Gadgets gets you the Second Amendment news every single day. And I appreciate each and every single one of you for being there. And I only do it because of you. So thank you. If you could also check out the sponsors of the live stream, it's Blackout Coffee. As you know, I'm one of the owners of Blackout Coffee. It's also TriStar Trading. I will put a link in the chat right now to both of them. If you could support them, I'd appreciate it because it helps me do what I do. And it's thank you. My hat's off to Mr. John Patton, Gun Collective, there in the comments asking for the game over. Guys and gals, this should be a good one. Without further ado, because the Senate the House Judiciary Committee usually starts a little faster than the Senate does, I'm going to show you this document here. And the reason I want to show you this is because this is what's at stake. This is the original letter from ATF directed to Alex Bosco, who is the inventor of the pistol brace, owner of SB Tactical, also involved with FRAC, heavily involved with FRAC. And this is what we're here for today. This is what ATF did in 2012. It says, "Dear Mr. Bosco, I'll summarize the beginning of it. He submitted his invention, the pistol brace, asked ATF, does this make things an SBR or an SBS? And we're going to go down to the second to last paragraph. Based on our evaluation, we find that the submitted forearm brace, when attached to a firearm, does not convert the weapon to be fired from the shoulder and would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm. While a firearm so equipped would still be regulated by the Gun Control Act, such firearm would not be subject to NFA controls." And that, ladies and gentlemen, whether or not you're a legal scholar or a ham and egger like myself, that is all you need to know. That has been what we've been operating for over a decade. And then all of a sudden, Joe Biden says, switch things, and here we are. So what you're going to hear is testimony from both sides of the proverbial aisle on this issue. I have most of the people who are going to be testifying today, I have had access to their advanced testimony, their written testimony. You're going to hear from Amy Swearer, who is the Senior Legal Fellow from the Heritage Foundation. You're going to hear from Alex Bosco, the gentleman who invented the pistol brace. You're going to hear from Matt LaRosiere, who is an attorney, a Second Amendment attorney, and also is being represented today as a partner of his law group. He also does work with Second Amendment Foundation as one of their fellows. You're also going to hear from Everytown for Gun Safety. They have sent Rob Wilcox, who's their federal legal director. And as far as who's going to be representing the ATF, I couldn't confirm if Dettelbach was going to be there or not, and who's going to be representing the ATF, because I couldn't find that commitment. So that is going to be remain to see for us. I'm going to switch. Let me take this off screen so I can switch over to the hearing itself. If y'all give me one segundo here. Like I said, sorry, I'm a one-man show here, and my mind is on other things right now. But we are set and ready. I'll put it in the backdrop here for when it does start. Where is everyone from? We had about a minute, maybe, before they start. Where is everyone from? I want to say thank you to everybody. I've seen a lot of the comments in the beginning, some folks from Tennessee and Maine, and it means a lot to me that you guys and gals are here supporting what I do and have an interest in what's actually happening, which is why I cover these. Tennessee, Kentucky, look at this, awesome. New Jersey, everybody's here. This is awesome. Almost every state I see. Virginia, Georgia, Michigan. This is awesome. Drake at Mass, California, IA, Chicago. Cool, cool. I love y'all, man. You guys and gals are the reason I do this. The reason I lost my hair. The reason I went gray. This is why, and it means a lot to me that y'all are here. Thank you so much. When I know you could be doing something else in life. As soon as they come on, I will switch my audio input and we'll hear what they're saying. And I will do my best to not say anything so that I don't talk over them. But I'm sure we're going to hear some things that make us all react. So maybe keep your ear open for that hot mic moment when I when I lose my control. Turn it on slow mode. That's probably a good idea that I didn't do that this morning. Let's see if I can do that now. Yeah, sorry. My like I said, been a little scatterbrained the last couple days, and it is what it is. I don't know if I can put it on slow mode after the fact. It's already going. Oh well, we'll run with it. Let's see, customization. Can I do it there? Yes, I still can put it on. Boom, slow mode. Slow mode is in effect, so we should be able to read each other's comments a little better. Hopefully that works. I want to thank everybody who is supporting this directly. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. It means a ton. Joel as well. I don't want to miss y'all. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. That's so incredibly humbling. Just thank you, man. I don't want to get too emotional today, but got a lot going on. So thank you all for being here. It means a ton that you're here. Let's see. Wow, man, all these states, Florida, yay, slow mode. You know, I did YouTube for probably, I don't know, 8 years before I figured out what slow mode was. It's a life changer. Thank you. Let's turn our stuff on here. Trying to play catch up. I was just dealing with one of my kids and we're moving and had to run over here, so I'm catching up. Owen, thank you. Love what you do for us all, keeping us all in the loop, and items drastically affect our freedoms. Keep with the hard work. Sending love from Central Mass. Hey, man, South Central Mass. I know where that is. Renbro, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Seriously. Almost on. Reviews it all. Come back to Excalibur. Actually, you know what? I think Guns Out's secured their dates there, so I'll probably be there, and it's going to be a shorter jaunt from me because I'll be full-time in Tennessee before June. Actually, August. I don't know, whenever they're doing it, but I'll be in Tennessee full-time by then. Spirit Walker, thank you so much. And if you guys don't know what XCal is, if you're in the Northern Virginia area, check out XCal. That is like, I'm going to call it a luxury range. It's done right. There's a gun shop, there's a range, there's a restaurant, there's a club upstairs, there's a gym. I mean, it's phenomenal. The owners there, the father and son, have done it right. That thing is very impressive. Single shot, I'm new, invested in your company. Thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. For those who don't know, I'm losing my tree. Not Guns and Gadgets, but Blackout Coffee. We had a soft investment round, and we are blessed to have over, I don't forget the exact number, it was over 1,250 people who jumped in. Here we go. I'm going to switch the audio. Boom. Give me 1 second. They're not talking yet either. They're muted on their end, but I'm going to switch. Okay. We're queued up. As soon as they make their mics live, we'll be listening to them. All right. Let's see. You don't want to miss any of y'all. Bal Harbor, Florida. Love what you guys are doing. Thank you. That's where we are in Florida. That's where the coffee company is in LaBelle. Barron says, listen to Rob from GOA shred the ATF in the opening statement. Yeah, Rob did a phenomenal job addressing the Morehouse case. Jimmy, thank you, amigo. Right back at you, brother. Thank you. Joshua, thank you, man. I appreciate everyone for being here. This isn't why I do this, but I'm thoroughly grateful. There's our old friend, VA Wolf. I can always count on you being here, man. Thank you. Jared, thanks for what you're doing. Hang in there. Appreciate you. It's a tough day, man. I'm not going to lie, but we're here doing it. Lewis, thank you. Appreciate you. They're still mute. Okay. See Amy. Amy Swearer. She's awesome. If you haven't heard her testify, they're all filing in right now. Harding Dies, thank you guys. You guys are freaking awesome. Thank you. I finished my gun vault, dudes. Good. I got to work on that, man, for my new place. I got a couple ideas. Christian, Ripley, Tennessee, thank you. Thank you, brother. From East Tennessee, I say hi. John, thank you so much, man. You guys are awesome. Okay. At least I got some of the aides walking around, so they won't have a hot mic yet. Gonzalo, keep up the good work. Hill Country, Texas. I love Texas. Little too dry and hot for me, but I love it there. Good morning to you too, Gary. Tactical Coffee, thanks for being here. Appreciate you. All right. So once they clear the aides out and they all take their supportive seats against the wall, yeah, I figured. As soon as they clear that room out, they'll go live with the audio. Gray Matters 2A, thanks for all you do. Thank you for being here. Like, you guys are the lifeblood of this channel, man. I'm just the person who likes to research and dig and make federal agencies look stupid. You guys are why I do this. Thank you. Gary, thank you so much. What's this? Fort Knox, Kentucky says hi. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for your service as well, sir. Legacy Productions. You do a video covering the anti-gun laws that the states aren't front page news are trying to pass, like Minnesota. Yeah, I've done a few of them. I will continue to do them. It helps me greatly, Legacy. Send me an email to the bills. That way I don't have to dig as much, and that way I have what I need as far as info to contact legislators and stuff like that. I would greatly appreciate that. GunsandGadgets at charter.net. That'll get me a huge head start, and I appreciate it. Jankman, you seem tired, man. Yeah, there's a lot going on. My wife and I are in two different parts of the country, handling a major move for the family, 2 deaths. A good friend of my family that was there for me when I was young, he's passed, and then my mother-in-law passed. So it's to say I'm tired is it's an understatement. But thank you. Thanks for keeping us informed. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you. Ramirez, on deployment following from... Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sin City, man. I love that place, but it's the only place that gives me a run for my money as far as stamina. That place, it just never ends. All right, here we go. I'm going to switch the audio here if I can.
Welcome, everyone. This is a joint hearing of the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Energy Policy, Regulatory...
All right, let me know how the audio is, guys.
The Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance will come to order. Again, I want to welcome everyone, and without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Without objection, the following members are waived on to the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning witnesses. Representative Andrew Clyde of Georgia, Representative Clay Higgins of Louisiana, Representative Wesley Hunt of Texas, Representative Chip Roy of Texas, Representative Maxwell Frost of Florida, Representative Eric Swalwell from California, Representative Joe Nagese from Colorado, Representative Glenn Ivey of Maryland, and the majority and the minority will each control 10 minutes for the purpose of opening statements. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Again, good morning and welcome to...
I just adjusted the audio. It's low on their side too.
Accountability and Subcommittee on Economic Growth and Energy
So just crank up your volume because the feed's low.
Subcommittee on Crime and Federal Government Surveillance. I want to thank Chairman Biggs and his staff for joining us in this critical oversight hearing to explore and expose government overreach by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The Second Amendment to the United States Constitution plainly states, quote, "The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. 4 key and critical words. Ever since Mr. Biden took office, his administration has actively sought to infringe on this right. And I'm deeply concerned that the ATF and their recent actions against firearms manufacturers, federal firearms licenses or FFLs, and law-abiding Americans who wish to procure and use firearms. Under the Biden administration, the ATF has been weaponized against gun owners and Americans who wish to acquire firearms in numerous ways in recent years. The ATF issued the, quote, frame or receiver, unquote, final rule in April of 2022, infringing on Americans' ability to assemble their own firearms from component parts. More recently, the ATF issued a file rule at the end of January of 2023 that will have an effective impact of criminalizing the possession of stabilizing braces in most instances, even though those braces were lawful to possess for over a decade by the ATF's own guidance. These braces were originally designed to assist disabled veterans who were physically unable to utilize traditional pistols for self-defense or to enjoy recreational firearms activity. The Congressional Research Service estimates that, now get this, approximately 40 million of these devices are already in circulation. On November 26, 2012, over a decade ago, the Obama administration, their own ATF Firearms Technology Branch, issued a letter to Mr. Alex Bosco, one of our witnesses here today, and the inventor of the stabilizing brace. The letter clearly stated that the ATF finds that the submitted forearm brace, when attached to a firearm, does not convert that weapon to be fired from the shoulder and would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm. It also stated that such a firearm would not be subject to the National Act or NFA controls. In fact, they underlined would not be. It's underlined in the letter. Millions of people acquired stabilizing braces relying on the ATF's determination, and they did it in good faith, made over a decade ago under the Obama administration, that these ingenious devices were perfectly legal and did not convert a firearm into a short barrel rifle subject to NFA controls. Now, anyone who has a stabilizing brace will be committing a crime after May 31st of this year unless they permanently remove and dispose of the stabilizing brace, turn in their firearm to a local ATF office, destroy the firearm, or try to obtain an NFA registration through a Byzantine process that includes marking the firearm so it can be traced. This rule will effectively turn many law-abiding gun owners into criminals if they fail to comply, even though Congress did not act. We didn't pass any new criminal laws or penalties related to stabilizing braces. We had unelected bureaucrats create a rule. It's not the way this should work. In addition to these overreaching regulations, the ATF has abused its enforcement authority at the direction of President Biden and other gun control advocates who simply don't care about the Second Amendment and, by extension, our Constitution, or the proper role of government. In June of 2021, Mr. Biden directed the Department of Justice to adopt a zero-tolerance policy when inspecting firearms merchants, known as, again, the FFL, and to revoke their license for any violation, no matter how minor or unintentional. This policy has led the ATF to revoking licenses on the basis of small and technical paperwork errors without showing any pattern, intent, practice, or materiality. Revocations have skyrocketed in 2022 alone. The ATF revoked 90 licenses, more than any other year in 2006. So at the end of the day, unfortunately, the actions taken by the ATF have clearly demonstrated that the agency has changed its focus from those who commit crime to law-abiding Americans who wish to exercise their constitutional rights. Instead of going after actual criminals, the ATF, by changing the rules without any input from Congress, is trying to turn law-abiding citizens into criminals. It's unacceptable, it's unfair, and quite frankly, it's unconstitutional. This hearing will examine how the Biden administration's ATF has engaged in a host of practices to chip away at your constitutional rights. I want to thank the witnesses for appearing today and look forward to their testimony. I now yield to Chairman Biggs for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to be here today. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff for hosting this important hearing today. The business before us today is a hearing entitled ATF's Assault on the Second Amendment. When is enough enough, close quote. And that really is the question of this. When is enough enough? That is a question that we have to resolve because there is a concerted effort to change the regulations that ATF has put in place and that millions of people have relied upon. ATF is engaged in various practices that seek to undermine the Second Amendment rights of Americans across the United States. The Biden administration has weaponized the ATF as it has weaponized every institution of our federal government. And this weaponization is an attack on law-abiding Americans. It is time for Congress to uphold the appropriate checks and balances by examining these actions by its own government against the American people. Hopefully today's hearing is just the beginning of holding ATF and countless other agencies under this administration accountable for its lawless overregulation of law-abiding Americans. And the good news is, this is just the beginning of oversight, as we've been informed today that ATF will come to a hearing in April. We're having this hearing in part because the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives has abused its rulemaking authority delegated to it by Congress, this body. Earlier this year, ATF issued a final rule titled Factoring Criteria for Firearms with Attached Stabilizing Braces. That rule effectively bans pistol stabilizing braces nationwide. We will hear today from the inventor of those braces. Disabled persons, including the disabled veterans for whom the pistol brace originally was created, will lose the benefit of this useful tool and potentially their ability to operate firearms entirely. The final rule provides that pistols equipped with stabilizing braces meet the definition of a firearm under the National Firearms Act, and that any weapons with stabilizing braces or similar attachments that constitute rifles under the NFA must be registered. Under this rule, millions of law-abiding gun owners will be forced to remove their stabilizing braces from their pistols, install longer gun barrels, register their weapons as short-barreled rifles, or destroy their braced weapons, or face felony charges. You heard that correctly. Millions of law-abiding Americans will be turned into felons overnight by the stroke of a pen and without any congressional action. In other words, by unelected bureaucrats who believe they can make law, apply law, enforce and adjudicate law. That is something every American should be concerned about, because that is the definition that James Madison wrote so eloquently in the 62nd Federalist, is the definition of tyranny. And it doesn't just apply to this agency. Those of you who applauded in this agency, will you applaud it in every other agency when an administration changes and you've been relying on a rule and it changes without your elected representative weighing in on it? This is not an international, but a nationwide threat. This is not what our nation's founders intended. This rule terrifies my own constituents. They ask me how Congress passed this law. They're shocked when I describe the administrative rulemaking process. They did not vote for this. They didn't elect the individuals making these decisions. And in fact, I didn't vote for this. That is a huge problem. The pistol brace rule exceeds the ATF's statutory authority. Congress has neither criminalized the use of pistol braces under the Gun Control Act, nor authorized their regulation under the National Firearms Act. To make matters worse, for more than a decade, ATF actually told the manufacturers and consumers of pistol braces that the devices were perfectly legal before this abrupt about-face. That can happen with every agency. I hope you're not applauding this abuse of bureaucratic authority today because you happen to be sympathetic with what this rule is. Because I can tell you, every agency can then turn on the American citizen. When ATF isn't exceeding their statutory authority criminalizing products they once deemed legal, they're making it more difficult for law-abiding Americans to purchase firearms by capriciously revoking the licenses of American gun dealers. The Biden administration, acting on behalf of the gun control lobby, has targeted firearm businesses. Another example, soon after taking office, President Biden demanded the Justice Department adopt a zero-tolerance policy to revoke federal firearms licenses from those who committed willful violations of the law. That wasn't what the law is. There was no statutory authority for that. But shortly thereafter, ATF updated its federal firearms licensee quick reference and best practices guide to state ATF will, absent extraordinary circumstances, initiate proceedings to revoke the license of any dealer that has committed a willful regulatory violation of the Gun Control Act for specified violations. ATF has begun to revoke the licenses of FFLs for simple, technical, and non-material paperwork violations that are anything but willful. They are revoking licenses for minor paperwork violations that have no bearing whatsoever on public safety. ATF's overzealous enforcement of paperwork infractions is shutting down small businesses and diverting resources away from holding criminals accountable. FFLs and law-abiding citizens are not the cause of firearm-related deaths. The Biden administration knows this. If it were concerned with safety, they would not be the most soft on crime administration in my lifetime. Guns are not the problem. Law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. Violent criminals whose sentences are cut short due to lax prosecution, who roam the streets instead of being incarcerated, are the problem. The ATF should be directing its agents to go after these criminals, not directing their agents to check for technical paperwork errors from FFLs and chase down disabled persons with pistol braces. When is enough enough? Well, I think we have seen enough. And I hope that we can act to put an end to this ATF overreach. And I would suggest that the most effective approach is to reduce funding, or better still, eliminate all funding, and even better, eliminate this woke, weaponized agency. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Ms. Bush for the purpose of making an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our ranking members, Raskin and Nadler, and ranking member Jackson Lee, as well as to the gun safety advocates in the room and to all the survivors in the room. St. Louis and I are here today to talk about the extraordinary gun violence epidemic in this country. In St. Louis and nationwide, gun violence is a public health emergency, and common sense regulations are a necessity. As a survivor of gun violence, I know firsthand the urgency of this issue. When I was in my early 20s, I found myself in a relationship with an abusive partner. He had guns. He kept one in the kitchen cabinet and another in between our pillows at night when we slept. One day, my abuser did not approve of the way I was cooking food. He got upset and he began to hit me. I ran out the back door, and as I ran, I remember thinking to myself, he was behind me and now he's not. Why isn't he chasing me? Where did he go? Where is he? Next thing I knew, I heard gunshots. Gunshots aimed at me. My experience is not an anomaly. It is one too many survivors of gun violence know all too well. And it is not my only experience. I survived that harrowing and traumatic experience, but many others have not. Just 5 months ago, a shooter opened fire on students and teachers at the Central Visual and Performing Arts High School in St. Louis, a predominantly Black school. 2 people were killed, 7 were injured, and the entire CVPA and Collegiate School of Medicine and Bioscience community was traumatized. Like so many shootings, this one could have been prevented. The shooter failed an FBI background check, and his own mother had concerns, but his gun was unable to be confiscated because Republican anti-gun safety lawmakers refused to enact a red flag law in Missouri.
Bullshit.
Gun violence is now the leading cause of death for children and teenagers in the United States, with Black children 8 times more likely to die from firearms than white children. 2/3 of intimate partner homicides in the United States are committed with a gun. And 80% of intimate partner firearm homicide victims are women. Nearly 80% of homicides are committed with a firearm. And this year, we have already had more than 100 mass shootings. It's only March. The cause of these statistics is obvious. This country has more guns than people. There are approximately 400 million privately owned firearms in the United States, which has a population of 332 million. The U.S. is home to nearly half of the world's civilian firearms. But for many Republicans, this is not enough. Students being murdered at their desks is not enough for them to value lives over toys. Republicans want the U.S. to have an even higher share of the world's gun supply. They don't want common sense regulations on gun ownership. Their perverted view of the Second Amendment compels them to argue against reasonable restrictions. We're asking for reasonable restrictions. And against, our work has to be to save lives. Republicans' refusal to accept common sense regulations is why we're here today. As killing machines flood rural and urban communities and slaughter our children. They want to pretend that regulating ghost guns is an assault on our liberties. They want to pretend that regulating stabilizing braces intended to convert a pistol into a short barrel rifle is trampling on our freedoms. They want to pretend that Democrats are coming for people's guns. But let's be clear. Republicans want to pretend that people who support gun safety measures are coming for everybody's guns. We're not. We're coming for the end to gun violence. We're coming for the end of this public health crisis. We're coming for the end of a society where the number of guns exceeds the number of people. We're coming for the end of weak gun laws that allow people to buy an assault rifle and kill and traumatize school children, traumatize teachers, and traumatize grocery patrons. That's what we're coming for, and it doesn't require taking away people's right to bear arms. Our work is about saving people's lives. We will not succumb to the nihilist, insurrectionist view of the Second Amendment. We will not allow the apologists for gun violence to win. We will double down on a public health response to the public health emergency that is gun violence in our country. And together, we will end this crisis once and for all. I now yield to the gentle lady from Texas,
Shut
Ranking Member Sheila Jackson Lee.
Oh, here we go. This is going to get better.
Let me thank the gentlewoman and ranking subcommittee member from Missouri, Congresswoman Bush. Let me acknowledge our chair and from the Oversight Committee, and as well chair from Judiciary, and of course the ranking members of the full committees on Oversight, Congressman Raskin, and of course the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler. I thank them for their service and leadership.
All clowns.
And I thank Mr. Chairman for convening a hearing that will evidence a very sharp contrast in the issue of saving lives. I do want to acknowledge, in particular, Moms Demand Action and the many other good people of advocates who are wanting to have a reasonable protocol and structure for the owning of guns in America. I call you patriots, and I'm grateful for your presence here today. I call those who sadly, devastatingly, are either the family members of victims long gone or who are victims themselves. I thank you for your courage. I acknowledge the witnesses here today, and I hope that they will understand that this democratic process is both a purpose with a purpose, and the purpose, of course, is truth. I'm incredulous that we are holding this hearing I'm stunned. I'm almost in a sense of pain
Oh, of course.
because we've had over 100 mass shootings only since the beginning of 2023.
Name them, dumbass.
Constant range of gunfire across America. Sometimes one would think during the week you would be relieved, but it is during the week, it is on the weekend, it's on Friday night, it's on Saturday night, it's on Sunday, when many people in America are seeking the solace of faith. It is in our temples, synagogues, churches. It is in places in the park, schools, hospitals, and beyond. As far back as 1886, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives have been one of this country's most important federal agencies, fulfilling a multifaceted mission to protect American communities from violent crime while keeping us safe through regulation and enforcement of federal laws. Today's ATF's role is more crucial than ever before to help with public safety, as there are more guns in the United States than people. The number one killer for children is homicide, and the tools of the homicide are guns. Precious children, America's future. Fueled by politics and anxieties brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic, firearms sales have surged. In 2021, Americans purchased approximately 19 million firearms, down 12.5% from 2020, according to several industry estimates, but 2021 was still the industry's second busiest year on record, while last year was the third busiest. We rely on the ATF to ensure firearms do not end up in the hands of those who should not have them. That's all they do. And to regulate the purchase and transfer of firearms, licensing of firearms, manufacturers and dealers, and innovations within the industry to ensure compliance with federal law, particularly when manufacturers and dealers attempt to circumvent long-standing statutes and regulation. Contrary to what some of my Republican colleagues might say, evidence shows that more guns lead to more shootings. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death among children, as I said, while an average of 70 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner every month. And every day, 316 people on average are shot. Congresswoman Bush's story is real, evident, and it is painful. In an average year, guns account for roughly 2/3 of homicides. However, in 2020, 77% of murders involved firearms. Despite these appalling statistics, congressional Republicans, aided and abetted by extreme rulings from the federal judiciary in favor of possessing and carrying firearms, have allowed our communities to be flooded with the guns of every kind, even in grocery stores and shopping at our major box stores on a Saturday morning. This push to reduce regulation and enforcement, along with the surge in gun sales, has only made communities across the country, rural, urban, and suburban, less safe. Tragically, mass shootings have become an all too common occurrence, and stolen guns, untraceable weapons, firearms purchased in states with fewer restrictions on gun purchases, ghost guns are trafficked through the iron pipeline into states with stiffer laws, boosting their gun-related crimes.
All the
It
key
is
words.
ironic that yesterday, with the 2-year anniversary of the massacre of 10 people, including a police officer, at the King Supermarket in Boulder, Colorado, and Republicans are here today to attack the ATF and mount a defense of every firearms and modification involved in that shooting. I commend the ATF for their work in identifying a problem and providing guidance to prevent the harm created by the misuse of stabilizing braces, which convert everyday firearms into killing machines.
Oh, shut
I want
up.
to just remind everybody of ghost guns that led a shootout in my city against 3 police officers. I would point out that the ATF performed a similar analysis during the previous administration to create a rule for bump stocks following the mass shooting in Las Vegas that left 60 people dead.
Yeah, that was
In
not
both cases,
bump
the
stocks.
firearms and hardware used by the shooters were legally purchased and possessed, but it was evident that something had been done or had to be done after seeing the destruction they caused. And while the vast majority of guns are purchased by law-abiding citizens, there are many ways that legal guns end up in the hands of those who should not have them. and Democrats have never interfered with the purchase of law-abiding citizens under the Second Amendment. And while the vast majority of guns are purchased, the reporting from ATF indicates that more than 1 million guns were stolen from private citizens in the 5-year period from 2017 to 2021. That number is very likely much higher, since there is no law that requires gun owners to report theft or loss of firearm. Again, ironically, Republicans have attacked the very database that ATF maintains to track weapons and solve problems. The ATF has taken affirmative steps to prevent future violence, using technology to get violent criminals off the streets. In 2016, ATF created a crime gun intelligence center launched as an interagency collaboration designed to collect, analyze, and distribute intelligence data about crime, guns, mass shootings, and major incidents across multiple jurisdictions. The 25 CGICs strategically located. Mr. Chairman, as I close, I would like to finish this last paragraph. Through their work, more than 616,000 investigative leads were generated by CGIs in 2020, and 490,800 crimes were traced back to their
Numbers
origin.
are hard.
In my home state and in Houston Police Department and other local agencies joined the ATF Crime Gun Strike Force. Finally, that is why Democrats passed several additional pieces of legislation last Congress to ban assault weapons, bump stocks, ghost guns, and high-capacity magazines, encourage safe firearms storage practices, raise the age at which semi-automatic rifles can be purchased, pass a huge amount for violence intervention, and to keep firearms out of the hands of prohibited persons. Democrats will continue to promote responsible firearm ownership through common sense laws that keep Americans safe and support the efforts of the ATF to enforce those laws. I don't know about anyone else here, Mr. Chairman. I believe in saving the lives of our babies and our fellow Americans. I yield back.
Thank you. And just for the interest of equal time, there's about 2.5 minutes over, and me and Mr. Biggs might take that.
Yeah,
when we
buddy.
have our questions. Now I'm pleased to introduce our witnesses today. Alex Bosco is a Marine Corps and Army veteran and the founder of SB Tactical and the inventor of the pistol stabilizing brace. Amy Schwerer is a senior legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Ms. Schwerer is an expert on the Second Amendment and firearms in the United States, and in 2022 received the Second Amendment Institute's 2022 Gun Rights Champion Award. Mr. Help me with your last name. LaRosiere. Thank you. You are forgiven. Matthew Larosiere is an attorney and partner at the Zerme Larosiere. As an attorney, Mr. Larosiere has represented federal firearms licensees who have had their licenses revoked by the ATF. He has also written extensively on the Second Amendment and firearms law. And Rob Wilcox is the federal legal director at Everytown for Gun Safety, leading the organization's federal policy work, and has served on the board of New Yorkers Against Gun Violence. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today on these very important issues regarding Americans' Second Amendment rights. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. You can sit down. Thank you. We appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on your microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in the front will turn green. After 4 minutes, it turns yellow. And when the red light comes on, I'm going to give you a little tap. Give you maybe a play 5 or 10 seconds, then I'll shut you off, okay? And I recognize the first witness, and we're going to go in a little bit of a different order here. So let's go with Mr. Bosco. You're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Get him, buddy. This is my friend Alex.
Chairman Fallon and Biggs, ranking members Bush and Jackson Lee, distinguished members of Congress, my name is Alex Bosco, and I am the inventor of the forearm stabilizing brace and founder of SB Tactical. As a naturalized citizen, former member of the Army and Marines, and small business owner, it's my high honor to share with you my experience aboard the ATF regulatory roller coaster. My original effort to help a friend, an injured veteran, to safely and accurately participate in pistol shooting and then build a business has put me and millions of law-abiding Americans on a whiplash-inducing regulatory odyssey that has serious consequences, including imprisonment. I urge you and your colleagues to reverse the arbitrary, inconsistent, and capricious action of the ATF. The forearm stabilizing brace, which I originally designed to allow a disabled veteran to more accurately and safely enjoy the sport of pistol shooting, has been used by millions of law-abiding citizens to more safely shoot large pistols. Each SB Tactical product is designed as an orthotic device made out of an elastomer material, basically rubber, and has one or more flaps and a strap to safely secure the firearm to the shooter's forearm. The stabilizing brace is not a force multiplier. It merely adds an additional point of contact at the forearm to more securely hold a firearm. Since I began my business, I've made every effort to comply with all the rules and regulations set out by ATF. After submitting the original brace to the ATF for their review, ATF responded in writing stating that attaching a stabilizing brace, quote, would not alter the classification of a pistol or other firearm, and that, quote, such a firearm would not be subject to National Firearms Act controls. In the 10 years that followed, ATF repeatedly held that various pistol brace designs did not convert a pistol to a short-barreled rifle, and my business steadily grew. In 2017, ATF stated that incidental shouldering of a braced pistol does not result in a redesign and therefore is not a regulated NFA firearm, and that, quote, stabilizing braces are perfectly legal accessories for large handguns or pistols. Along the way, and at significant cost, I worked with attorneys, former ATF regulators, and even a former presidentially appointed ATF director to seek guidance from ATF whenever we made adjustments to the original design of the brace that I had submitted back in 2012. Shortly after his swearing in, President Biden decided to reverse the previous decade of ATF decisions on stabilizing braces. He ordered ATF to treat pistols modified with stabilizing braces as short-barreled rifles subject to NFA controls. This change, the president said, would require an owner of a pistol equipped with a stabilizing brace to pay a $200 fee, submit their name and other identifying information to the Justice Department, or face criminal penalties. The president even admitted that his goal was to make these changes, and I quote, without having to go through Congress. ATF responded to the president's directive and published a final rule on January 31st, 2023. The effects of this change are enormous. According to the ATF, millions of Americans who followed ATF's advice for the past decade have, unbeknownst to anyone, been committing felony crimes. And ATF almost certainly underestimates the scope of the impact of the rule. In the final rule, ATF assumes that there are approximately 3 million firearms with attached stabilizing braces in circulation, but ATF failed to include sales after 2020. SB Tactical alone sold more than 2.3 million braces since 2020. Unless this rule is put on hold by Congress or the courts, the company I founded and many others will go out of business soon. Furthermore, responsible gun owners will be harmed. None of them want to run afoul of the NFA as a result of ATF's flip-flop, but neither do they want to purchase new braces when ATF now says that in order to use these braces, people must register in a federal database and submit their photographs and fingerprints to the government. The effects of ATF's rule is to put out of business the industry that ATF itself fostered for 10 years and punish consumers who relied on ATF's prior decisions. Ironically, this rule eliminates an important and widely adopted safety feature that will arguably make the sport of pistol shooting less safe. Ultimately, this rule should be seen for what it is: circumvention of the legislative process. In Federalist Paper 47, James Madison observed that, quote, the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. It is in Congress that the legislative authority is vested, and the president must faithfully execute those laws. The president and the ATF don't get to do both. I urge Congress to reverse ATF's arbitrary decision, take back its legislative authority, and strike a blow for liberty and good government. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bosco. The chair recognizes Ms. Swearer for her 5 minutes.
Chairman Fallon and Biggs, ranking members Bush and Jackson Lee, and distinguished members of Congress. ATF is, in some respects, much like the guns that it is supposed to regulate. In a vacuum, ATF is neither inherently good nor inherently bad. It depends in large part on who controls it and the ends for which its power is exerted. Like all branches or forms of government, ATF is imbued with certain coercive powers that can be wielded either properly or improperly, and for either constitutionally sound or abusive purposes. ATF is not some natural-born villain. The agency was neither conceived in constitutional sin, nor did it come out of the executive branch womb covered in iniquity. It has the potential for tremendous good, and at its best, ATF plays a vital role in keeping Americans safe from violent crime. Unfortunately, ATF also has a habit of turning into its worst self when left unsupervised by Congress for extended periods of time. And that's a problem, because at its worst, ATF tends to use its vast and often unchecked regulatory powers to accomplish through agency rulemaking the very types of unreasonable and unconstitutional gun control measures that elected officials couldn't accomplish through the process. The litany of recent abuses is long. Just last year, ATF, at the prompting of the president, implemented a zero-tolerance policy for violations by federal firearms licensees that has dramatically increased the number of licenses the agency revokes. Where the agency used to see itself as partners working with FFLs to ensure compliance with the vast array of federal gun laws, almost overnight it turned itself into an antagonist. The new policy presumes that many violations merit revoking that many violations merit revoking a license absent extraordinary circumstances, even for first-time violations. This zero-tolerance policy often applies to situations that are basically clerical errors or paperwork mistakes that don't result in any actual harm. And this is particularly ironic given ATF's propensity for sloppiness with its own firearms and records, which has sometimes resulted in actual harm. As Mr. Bosco explained, ATF also told potentially millions of American gun owners that despite a decade of ATF assurances to the contrary, their pistol-braced firearms were actually heavily regulated short-barrel rifles. And if these gun owners want to keep their pistol-braced firearms without immediately being branded as felons, they'd have to register each gun with the government and pay a $200 per gun tax. Otherwise, yes, the ATF is coming for their guns. In another recent rule change, ATF decided that Congress hadn't given it enough regulatory authority and decided it would rewrite federal law altogether. Whereas Congress said ATF could regulate firearms, anything readily convertible into firearms, and the frames and receivers of firearms, ATF told gun owners that actually it could, without any supporting statutory authority, also regulate almost frames and almost receivers. In addition to increasing the number and complexity of records that FFLs must maintain, ATF told them that these records must now be maintained indefinitely instead of for 20 years as under the old rule. And why, you ask, did ATF impose this tremendous burden on FFLs? Well, because it might help the agency in 0.002% of gun traces where having records older than 20 years might meaningfully further an investigation. And not all of ATF's malignant actions are recent. Federal law generally prohibits the importation of firearms and ammunition, except for those that are useful for sporting purposes. For decades now, ATF has maimed and mutilated the definition of sporting purposes in a purposeful attempt to inhibit Americans' access to commonly owned and constitutionally protected semi-automatic rifles. Despite the fact that millions of peaceable Americans routinely use these firearms for legitimate sporting purposes, to say nothing of other lawful uses, ATF continues to defy reality by insisting that they are not, in fact, useful for the sporting purposes. To be clear, Congress should not undermine ATF's legitimate efforts to enforce federal law and stop violent criminals. But it should absolutely step in to restrict ATF's discretion as to where it should focus its efforts and how it should wield its vast regulatory powers. It can and should consider statutorily undoing ATF's recent and not so recent attacks on the Second Amendment rights of peaceable Americans. You've asked us today, when is enough enough? How long, oh Lord, will ATF continue being its worst self at the expense of peaceable Americans? Respectfully, the Constitution provides a clear answer. It's enough when you say it's enough, and it will continue until you do something to stop it. In my written submission, I've outlined a number of specific ways in which Congress can begin undoing ATF's problematic attacks on the Second Amendment and the separation of powers and prevent the agency from using these same abusive tactics in the future. I look forward to your questions on these important corrective actions.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes Mr. Wilcox for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair Fallon and
Every
Bates,
town.
ranking members Bush and Jackson Lee, and distinguished members of the subcommittees and those who've waved on. I truly appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning. My professional work on gun policy and gun violence prevention is deeply informed by a number of personal experiences. I grew up in Brooklyn, New York in the 1980s and 90s, where gun violence was not an uncommon occurrence. But at the same time, my father, who was a veteran of the Special Forces, taught us to respect firearms. At our family farm, we enjoyed hunting, sport shooting, target practice, and learned about responsible gun ownership, including securing our firearms in a locked gun safe. Unfortunately, my family's experience with guns took a violent turn when my 19-year-old cousin Laura was shot and killed by someone who never should have had a gun in the first place. Laura was extraordinarily talented, kind, and with a beautiful spirit. She was an outstanding student, graduating as high school valedictorian, and at the time of her death as a sophomore at Haverford College, was in the midst of her campaign for student body president. But in January 2001, when Laura was home on winter break, filling in as a receptionist at a rural county behavioral health clinic, a client came in and opened fire. He shot Laura 4 times at point blank range, killing her instantly. When his rampage at the clinic at a nearby restaurant was done, 3 people lay dead and 3 more were injured. Another mass shooting in a long line of mass shootings that doesn't always break through the national media. My aunt and uncle processed this tremendous loss while also fighting for a safer future for others. They became advocates who turned pain into progress, working to pass dozens of gun safety laws, and they're role models. I've now spent 20 years of my career working on gun policy and law around firearms. And one thing I know for sure is that ATF plays an essential role in keeping us safe by enforcing the laws on the books.
Bootlegger.
ATF is one of the nation's leading law enforcement agencies with 5,000 brave men and women doing work across this country in 25 field divisions and 200 local offices. Its mission is clear: to protect the public from violent crime. And they work hand in hand with our state and local law enforcement to solve crimes and do their job. ATF also regulates the gun industry through education and accountability, supporting those who want to do better and holding those who break the law accountable. ATF's role in this system is unique in its effort to keep communities safe. From 2017 to 2021, ATF processed nearly 2 million crime gun traces and 1.5 million NIBIN cases in order to assist local law enforcement in linking crime scenes, developing leads to solve crimes, and identifying gun trafficking channels. These crime gun traces show that guns are moving faster than ever from dealer to crime scene. Nearly half of these crime guns have a time to crime of under 3 years, and a quarter with a time to crime of under 1 year. Guns with short time to crime indicate trafficking, and it's where ATF and the industry can take action to step in and shut it down. Like, for example, when a gun dealer was selling multiple guns to people he should have known was intending to break the law. ATF traced those guns to multiple crimes, including murders.
Should have known.
ATF investigated, and the licensed dealer, the gun traffickers, and the shooters were all prosecuted. The fact of the matter is that only ATF can make sure there's accountability from the shooter up to the supplier. ATF protects and serves at a time in this country when we need it to be at its strongest, fully funded and supported, because gun violence is threatening communities across the country. An epidemic exacerbated by rogue gun dealers, gun sales without background checks, and industry innovations like arm braces, ghost guns, and bump stocks. ATF boldly steps into this space to enforce the laws passed by Congress and stop the illegal diversion of firearms. It's truly not lost on me, as the ranking member mentioned, that yesterday was the 2-year mark of the shooting at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, where 10 people, including a law enforcement officer, were killed. The shooter used a short-barreled Ruger AR-15 pistol that came equipped with an SB tactical arm brace, the same kind of firearm that ATF now regulates. ATF has been there, time and again under Republican and Democratic administrations to respond to these threats and enforce our laws. Its mission is to protect the public from violent crime and stop gun trafficking. In other words, its mission is to save lives, keep illegal guns out of communities, and save the lives of concert goers, lives of supermarket shoppers, lives of students, and so many others. And that's what ATF has done using the tools and authorities granted to it by Congress. I'm personally thankful for the men and women who are dedicated to their service at ATF and do this work to prevent senseless tragedies. Thank you again for the invitation to be here and look forward to the questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lustier is recognized for his 5 minutes, my good Frenchman friend here.
Much appreciated. Chairman Fallon, Biggs, Ranking Members Bush and Jackson Lee, thank you so much for the invitation and for the opportunity to speak on this important measure. I'm an attorney working in the Second Amendment space. I'm a child of immigrants, and I guess in following their lead, I decided to do a job that most Americans didn't want to, and that's protecting fundamental rights. I've been studying the law and policy of arms for over a decade, but I think most important for this hearing is my experience representing individuals and small businesses who have been caught up in some of the flip-floppery that ATF has engaged in. Representing individuals and small businesses that have had their lives shattered, their employees left jobless because of, frankly, innocent omissions that were characterized as intentional misconduct by the ATF. These individuals, oftentimes in the firearms industry, are employers with less than 15 employees. That's the majority of the industry here. And I've represented these people for nominal or no fee, frankly, because I feel it's the right thing to do. And what I've seen ATF doing in these prosecutions is extremely concerning. The threats that are posed by ATF's overreach are not theoretical, they're very real. And they're not limited to arm braces or the zero tolerance rule either. I'd like to tell you guys about Patrick Tate Adamiak. He was a 28-year-old Navy sailor, and he was recently convicted for dealing in machine guns. Now, looking at that headline might not cause you to take a second thought, but when you scratch a little deeper, the machine guns Tate was convicted of dealing in were actually boxes of cut up, inoperable parts that the ATF had approved the importation and sale of as unregulated parts kits years ago. And then in an unpromulgated, unpublicized change of opinion, ATF decided that that amount of cut up was not quite cut up enough. They'd secured a conviction, and again, 28-year-old Tate, who dealt in parts that were purchased in open commerce with a credit card, is now awaiting sentencing, and his plans of marriage are indefinitely on hold. I'd like to tell you about Matthew Raymond Hoover, who's a political commentator who is accused of advertising metal cards with a drawing of an alleged machine gun part on it. A drawing. ATF took the incredibly aggressive position and vindictively is prosecuted Mr. Hoover, suggesting that this drawing is actually a combination of parts. He is facing over 60 years in prison, a cancer-stricken man with not an ill-willed bone in his body, and several young children. I think it's important when we think about the pistol brace problem to look at what law we're dealing with. We're talking about interpretations of the National Firearms Act. This is an act that in its original drafts sought to regulate handguns. And this is why it sheds some light as to just how absurd the pistol brace problem is. Short-barreled rifles were added to the act to correct an obvious loophole to a handgun restriction. For it was raised in the hearings that if pistols were regulated, but you could simply cut down a rifle, well, that would be the effective equivalent of a pistol. Later on, to secure passage, the reference to pistols and revolvers were slipshottedly removed, but the vestigial remains of a pistol regulation, the barrel length restrictions, were there, leaving the rules that we're now dealing with, the law that we're now dealing with interpretations of, as kind of like a cancer-prone vestigial organ. It doesn't accomplish anything useful, but as many Americans and some of my clients have found out, it sure can get you into trouble. The argument that these guns under a law that was designed to designed to regulate concealable firearms, become more dangerous when you make them less concealable by adding a component to the end is so obviously and intensely contrived, it's kind of absurd. Insofar as zero tolerance goes, the GCA, the Gun Control Act, has made federal firearms licensees the gatekeepers to access to the Second Amendment right for most Americans. What we're seeing now is a two-pointed prong where ATF is revoking licenses for little to no reason. I've seen it as simple. The violations they were alleged were as simple as a customer had filled out black as their race, but not picked Hispanic or Latino. That didn't strike me as terribly nefarious. I think that ATF has a moral obligation to really look at how it is enforcing these laws. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates for his 5 minutes.
The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office issues a report in June of 2016, Firearms Data. The ATF did not always comply with the Appropriations Act restriction and should better adhere to its policies. Mr. Wilcox, you're the witness the Democrats have invited here today. Are you familiar with that report?
I am.
And does the fact that the ATF broke the law concern you?
The report, I believe, supported ATF's action in cataloging records to stop crime.
I'll read from it. It says, a technical defect allows ATF agents to access data, including purchaser data, beyond what ATF policy permits. Do you take any umbrage with that conclusion?
ATF has been collecting out-of-business records pursuant to a law signed by Ronald Reagan, and President Trump digitized more records than any other president.
I don't care who did it. I'm just worried about the impact on my citizens. And I would acknowledge there may be Republican presidents who didn't do enough in the 80s to protect our gun rights. But on this finding, the ATF had to delete 252 million records, didn't they?
So this is a tool that's helped solve 50% of crime.
Oh, wait.
cases.
Did they have to delete 252 million records?
This guy's not
What
the
I know about
ATF
this tool
spokesperson
is
either.
that it's a
That's how I'm
crime-fighting
asking
tool.
you. Did they have to delete? You said you're aware of the report. Is that conclusion correct? They had to delete 252 million records.
I'm not aware of that line, but what I'm aware
Okay.
of is the tool.
Well,
crime-fighting tool.
I'll represent to you that that's what had to happen. The fact that the government collected 252 million records that was beyond the law, beyond policy, never approved according not to me, not to my fellow Republicans, but to the GAO. Should that be concerning to us, that scope of records being collected?
ATF's collection of out-of-business records was fully complying with the law.
That's
The
not
issue-
what the GAO said, so you disagree with the GAO report.
Well,
Got
there's
him.
2 points they made. One is the collection of out-of-business paper records that FFLs keep. The second piece was the collection of electronic records that FFLs keep. And what the GAO said was the electronic records were not being converted sufficiently. And that's
Right.
what ATF
So that's why they
fixed
had to delete
become
them.
in
Because
compliance
they
with the
illegally,
law.
because they had gone beyond their authority. You see, that's the concern of my constituents. When they go beyond their authority, and you may find those things virtuous, but no one elected you. They elected us to make the laws, and when we make the laws and they don't follow them, then people's rights get diminished. Another area is this issue of the arm braces. Now, in Mr. Wilcox's testimony, he says that an arm brace makes a weapon more powerful. Mr. Bosco, you know a lot about arm braces, don't you?
I do.
Do arm braces make firearms more powerful?
They do not. They do not.
Does it concern you that the witness that the Democrats brought would make such a claim that is obviously disproven by any utilization of those arm braces?
I hope that my testimony today can help everyone here understand that the brace does nothing to make the weapon any more dangerous than it already is.
And so when you've got the ATF going beyond their authority, collecting 252 million records that they have to destroy, well, that can just be explained because they're doing their best. But when Americans get inadvertently converted to felons because the ATF has exceeded their authority, there is no such grace for them, is there, Ms. Swear?
That would seem to be the case under the recent policy change to zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance for our fellow Americans when they're trying to exercise their rights and protect their liberties, but all the tolerance in the world for a corrupt bureaucracy that is violating the law, exceeding their authority, and collecting records that they have no business collecting. I would make this final observation. I had the great privilege to spend 2 years on the House Judiciary Committee with the gentlelady from Missouri, and while she and I disagree strongly on this issue, her beliefs are sincere, and they are strong, and they are powerful, particularly when she expresses them. And so when she says to people that she wants to defund the police, she means it. And when she says in this committee meeting that gun violence is a public health emergency, well, she means that too. And our fellow Americans know the impact of folks up here in Washington declaring everything and anything a public health emergency. It means you're more likely to be locked in your homes, deprived of your freedoms, less healthy, less safe, less secure, and less able to live a truly American life. So know this, when the left talks about this as a public health emergency, get ready to see those enhanced authorities abused by the ATF. And Mr. Chairman, it is my sincere hope that in the very near future, we will have those very folks from the ATF here. And I intend to be utilizing the new rules that we have in the House of Representatives to offer amendments to the Appropriations Act to zero out their salaries for breaking the law and abusing the liberties of our fellow Americans.
Boom.
Thank you,
Awesome.
and Chair now recognizes Mr. Raskin for his 5 minutes.
Oh, this guy. Raskin's terrible.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. The stabilizing braces have evolved significantly from their original intended use, which was allowing disabled gun users to fire an AR-style pistol. Today's braces are largely used to exploit a loophole in the regulatory structure to allow owners to turn their weapons into short-barreled rifles, efficient weapons of war, without triggering traditional ATF oversight of this kind of weapon. But don't take my word for it. Take the word of the people who use these so-called wrist stabilizer braces. Please play the video if you would.
You see a gun like this, and you're like, how the heck is
Oh.
a barrel with that
Clint.
a pistol? Well, we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about SB Tactical and their stabilizing braces for pistols.
The end here, which is a rubber
Mike.
type of configuration. It's adjustable if you want to run your arm through it and do so you can, and tighten it down to your forearm, which of course is what the braces were originally intended for. However, with the ATF rulings now, you can occasionally accidentally fire in front of your shoulder.
And today on Sunday Gear Review, I want to talk to you about this SB Tactical HKPDW arm brace. It does help some people, right? So you can slide your arm through that and undo it and all that stuff. But we all know what these are actually used for, and nobody is wondering about that.
And we're gonna just see, does it really feel like a stock, even though it's not a stock?
Back to this brace, it changes the game. Like I said, it gives you 4 points of contact with the occasional shouldering. Got it loaded up? Let's see the difference.
Now you've got a very shorty boy, right? So you can put this guy obviously in a briefcase if you wanted to, in a backpack.
Mr. Wilcox, why are short-barreled rifles more dangerous and strictly regulated than other kinds of firearms?
Short-barreled rifles are more easily concealable than long-barreled rifles, have more destructive power than traditional handguns. For example, common ballistic vests worn by police protect against handgun ammunition, while rifle ammunition, like those filed by short-barrel rifles, can penetrate it.
And what's the difference between a short-barreled rifle and a firearm with a stabilizing brace, as we saw brandished in the video there, and as we see on the poster behind me?
When it comes to usability, I think next to none.
There really is no difference in the power and potential violence of the weapon, and there's very little difference in the weapon's design. Look, our colleagues know that gun violence is the leading cause of death among children in the United States of America today. They know that more people proportionately die of gun violence in America than in any other industrialized country on earth, whether we're talking about Canada or Germany or France, United Kingdom, Japan, Israel, you name it. They know that the states with the highest rates of firearm deaths are the ones with the weakest gun laws, and the states with the lowest levels of firearm deaths have the strongest gun laws. But they say that all of this chaos and destruction is just the necessary price we have to pay because of the Second Amendment. All those thousands of people gunned down at church and school, at the Walmart, in parks and grocery stores are just the human sacrifice we've decided to pay as a society for our Second Amendment. My colleagues, this is a lie. Our colleagues advance a completely flawed theory of the Second Amendment, which leads them to oppose even reasonable common sense gun safety rules that the Supreme Court has approved and which the vast majority of Americans endorse. Our colleagues embrace what's called the insurrectionist theory of the Second Amendment. Our colleague, Mr. Gates, says the Second Amendment is, quote, about maintaining within the citizenry the ability to maintain an armed rebellion against the government if that becomes necessary. Our colleague Chip Roy says the Second Amendment was designed purposefully to empower the people to resist the force of tyranny used against them.
Boom!
And Congresswoman Boebert says the Second Amendment, quote, has nothing to do with hunting unless you're talking about hunting tyrants.
Exactly, tyrant.
Maybe. Well, this theory is completely debunked and destroyed by the text of the Constitution itself and by Supreme Court precedent. And yet their theory of the Second Amendment is killing Americans. Article 1, Section 8,
Just
Clause
you.
15 of the Constitution gives
You're a
Congress
tyrant.
the power to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the Union and suppress insurrections and invasions. The Republican Guarantee Clause tells the U.S. Congress to guarantee a Republican form of government to the states and to protect them against domestic violence. There's 6 other provisions in the Constitution, including the Treason Clause, that debunk what they're saying. And we're going to have to get through their false notion of the Second Amendment in order to save human life. Thank you. I yield back.
Well, the Second Amendment is for you
Thank
people.
you. Chair recognizes Mr. Donalds for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick, I find it interesting that my colleagues have no problem with the ATF going outside its boundaries with respect to this brace. Meanwhile, my colleagues have no issue with the fact that the President of the United States has made a complete bastardization of asylum at the southern border, which has led to more fentanyl killing more people between the ages of 18 and 45 in the United States. Fentanyl is the #1 killer of Americans in the United States. And they have no problem talking about that. They don't even want to discuss it. But we're here talking about this. Ms. Swearer, you just saw the video that was up on the screen. Do you have a response for this video?
Yes, though I suppose Mr. Bosco does as well. I think it's being used in a way to misconstrue the reality of SBRs. Like SBRs are actually still used by plenty of Americans who do have disabilities, but also just from the standpoint of SBRs themselves, they were the loophole, an attempt to regulate a loophole while trying to essentially ban handguns. Their restriction under the NFA has always been irrational. This idea that somehow a 14.5-inch barrel is more concealable than a 16.5-inch barrel when you walk in to commit a mass shooting, and that's why they choose it. It's just not realistic. It's the same gun. If you take that same gun and put it in a 16-inch barrel, if anything, the muzzle velocity will be increased when it is fired. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I'm sure Mr. Bosco has some thoughts on that as well.
I mean, Mr. Bosco, you're the inventor. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks. You know, I think there's a lot of people online, and we've seen some of those videos. The reason I invented the brace was for people with limited mobility. Well, that was the inception. That was why I made it. It was for a friend. Yes, there are people that are not using my product the way that I've designed it to be used, but the intent has always been that. The idea that by adding a brace to a pistol makes the firearm more concealable and therefore more dangerous is laughable. It's a piece of plastic. It weighs a certain amount. It makes the firearm longer. It's not making the firearm more concealable. It's making it less concealable.
Mr. Bosco, let me ask you a question. How many Americans do you think will become felons as a result of this rule?
Well, I think we should probably look at what Congressional Research Services did. They came up with a study that said anywhere between 10 and 40 million Americans own arm braces at this moment. If we use the smallest number that they have, which is 10 million, you will have an effect that come, I believe it's May 16th, which is the deadline.
31st.
If someone wasn't smart enough to look up the Federal Register, who didn't know about this rule, from one day to the next, he will be in possession of an unregistered short-barreled rifle and he will be committing a crime which is punishable of up to 10 years in prison. It's a felony offense, $250,000 fine.
So in order to avoid this, the American would have to spend $200.
They already did.
Get their fingerprints taken, get a photo of them given to the ATF. Am I correct in that?
So the agency, even with this, has flip-flopped back and forth. Originally, they were suggesting that Americans pay $200.
Well, and Mr. Bosco, not to totally cut you off, let me ask you this question real quick. Did Congress pass a law to stipulate the ATF do this?
Unequivocally, no.
Mr. Wilcox, how you doing? Fellow Brooklynite over here. Grew up the same time. Let me ask you this question. Do you think it's okay for the ATF to act outside of congressional legislative authority, criminalizing 10 million Americans who are currently law-abiding citizens?
It's good to see another proud son of Brooklyn. I don't believe that is what ATF is doing here, so I disagree with the premise.
Do you think that by this rule, there will not be 10 million felons in the United States because they bought a product that the ATF authorized to be sold and that the ATF said was legal up until the Biden administration?
Not liking a law isn't a reason for ATF not to.
Well, Mr. Wilcox, there's no law. Congress didn't pass it. That's a rule from ATF. Let me ask you this question. Do you believe in separation of powers?
Of course.
Do you believe that the legislative power resides within the congressional body and not the executive?
I do.
So then why do you think it's okay for the ATF to come up with some rule with the force of law that Congress did not pass?
Congress passed the law 90 years ago, and ATF is...
So you're saying to me that a law that Congress passed 90 years ago allows for 10 million Americans to become felons today?
Congress passing a law allows ATF to regulate as technology changes.
Come on, Mr. Wilcox. Don't do that to the American people. We know better. Don't do that. I yield.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Mr. Nadler for 5 minutes.
Oh, the penguin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gun violence continues to take the lives of more than 100 Americans every day. It changes how safe we feel in our schools and in our houses of worship. It reduces vibrant cities to somber headlines. It takes our loved ones, old and young, and leaves us with another anniversary of lives cut short in a community forever changed. One of those tragic anniversaries was yesterday. On March 2nd, 2021 at 2:30, a shooter opened fire in the parking lot of a supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. The shooter used a pistol with a stabilizing brace, an accessory that turned the gun into a concealable assault rifle. 10 people were killed, including Officer Eric Talley, a father of 7, and one of 69 officers killed on duty that year. It is against this sobering backdrop that Republicans have called this hearing to criticize the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the law enforcement agency tasked with keeping guns out of the wrong hands. Rather than inviting the agency's director for serious discussions of ATF's work, the majority has called representatives of the gun industry and those who profit from defending them. The witnesses include the person who invented and sells stabilizing braces, just like the one used to kill 10 people in Boulder. At least Republicans are transparent about their goal. They've introduced a bill to abolish the ATF. They seek to eliminate the law enforcement agency responsible for protecting communities from gun violence, stopping gun trafficking, and ensuring lawful and responsible gun ownership. Local law enforcement depends on ATF to provide resources that help them solve crimes and prevent gun violence. But the majority seeks to strip them of this vital assistance that keeps their communities safe. It is essential that we conduct oversight of our agencies to make sure they are fulfilling their missions. But today's hearing makes no attempt at that. Instead, it shows how radically out of step my Republican colleagues are with both the American people and with law enforcement. Democrats have put forth a variety of solutions to prevent gun violence, to support law enforcement, and to solve crimes. But our colleagues across the aisle continue to push for unfettered access to assault weapons, concealable rifles, and ghost guns. As Republicans continue to seek freedom from gun regulation, we will continue to seek communities free from violence. We know that the Second Amendment, only half of which the chairman quoted, reads, quote, "A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed," unquote.
I'm the militia.
We know that it was adopted because of the framers' fear of standing armies. This fact was not disputed, and the Second Amendment turned into a general license for the private possession of firearms until an extremist Supreme Court decided the Heller case 11 years ago.
Clown.
Mr. Wilcox, we've heard a lot of talk today about the ATF's rule subjecting firearms equipped with stabilizing braces to regulation. Does that rule do anything more than close a loophole that allowed people to evade public safety regulations simply by adding accessories to pistols to transform them into short-barreled rifles. And again, short-barreled rifles have been regulated under the National Firearms Act passed by Congress in 1934, haven't they?
Thank you, Ranking Member. Yes, you're correct. This was ATF enforcing a law that's been on the books for 90 years,
Bullshit.
catching up with changing in technology and regulating weapons that Congress long ago decided needed to be treated differently than other firearms.
Mr. Wilcox, more than 300 Americans are shot every day. More than 100 of those people who face gun violence lose their lives every day. Do other countries have similar rates of gun violence and gun deaths? And if not, what in your opinion accounts for the difference?
So right now, the United States has a gun homicide rate 26 times higher than other high-income countries. I think that's what we've had enough of, and what we need is strong gun laws, because the states with strong gun laws have less gun violence. And I'm very proud to have seen Congress, in a bipartisan manner, pass the first federal legislation in 30 years last year to strengthen our laws, invest in communities, and save lives, because that's our ticket. It's downstream investment in community-based organizations and upstream enforcement on the sources of illegal guns.
Thank you. My colleagues across the aisle like to blame Democratic cities for this nation's problem with gun violence. Can you please explain what the Iron Pipeline is and how it contributes to gun violence in cities and states that have stronger gun regulations?
Yeah, so the Iron Pipeline is describing a gun trafficking channel. It's how guns move from states with weak gun laws to states with stronger gun laws. But I really do think about it as just the movement of illegal guns. And what we know is that criminals are targeting states with weaker gun laws, sales without background checks, gun dealers who they know will skirt the law to acquire legal guns and move them into our cities. That's the critical intervention point. That's what ATF does. Just recently, they busted a gun trafficking ring that moved 500 guns that were acquired from online no background check sales in Georgia to California. It's why we need ATF on this front line.
It's just criminals,
Thank you.
dude.
My time
It's not
has
us.
expired. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Boebert for her final.
Yay, Lauren, get
Thank
him.
you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting hearing the rhetoric from the other side of the aisle. I used to say we don't differ in our hearts. We differ in data. No one wants to see children injured or even lose their lives. However, especially since serving in Congress, I've seen that Democrats do differ in their hearts because they're doing nothing to save lives in the womb. We had a Born Alive Act where one Democrat voted in favor of a full-term baby who is being aborted and survived that abortion, would be born alive, and then issued medical care to save that child's life. So we do differ in our hearts. I have not seen my Democrat colleagues defend innocent life, but they want to use these talking points of children in tragic, horrible scenarios as a political pawn to regulate law-abiding citizens. Now, for far too long, rogue politicians and partisans at the ATF have really run amok, infringing and trampling on the Second Amendment, the rights of the American people. This shall not be infringed, period. There's no comma after shall not be infringed. And it's trampled on by the federal government, by the states and local governments on a regular basis to disarm Americans, to make them subjects rather than citizens. And I stand by the statements that I made because this is to protect the people from a tyrannical government, and it's for self-preservation. This is to defend yourself, your life, which is so valuable. But anyone remember, since we are talking about the ATF, and Mr. Chairman, I actually second Mr. Gates' comments. I would love to have the ATF in here so we can actually question them on this rule. But do any of you remember Project Gunrunner and Operation Fast and Furious? Yeah, the fact that the ATF allowed 1,000, no, more than that, thousands of guns to end up in the hands of Mexican cartels and criminal organizations, and they lost thousands of these traced firearms. And then one of these guns was used to kill border agent Brian Terry, all through some brilliant government program. And it's absolutely outrageous. If you think the ATF is going to be successful in this, making millions of Americans felons through this rule that is an overreach of the separation of powers. You've heard it from the witnesses today who don't necessarily agree with my stance. Mr. Wilcox says that it's us that make the law. Congress makes the law, not bureaucrats. And they're seeking to make millions of Americans felons with this rule. Now, what happened with Fast and Furious, with these traced guns that they lost, thousands of them? The records in question, a judge found that they were not covered by privilege and that they were supposed to be released to the American people. Well, what happened to those records? That's right. Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats ended the House lawsuit when they took control in 2019 and further buried this scandal. Absolutely shameful. As the National Shooting Sports Foundation has pointed out, in just the last 5 years, ATF, under political pressure, has at least on 3 occasions, through administrative fiat, changed long-standing positions to declare products lawfully sold in full view of the ATF and in reliance upon ATF classification letters to now be illegal and or regulated under the National Firearms Act. ATF bureaucrats are not only ignoring the direction of Congress, they are literally ignoring the law and trying to rewrite it themselves.
Wish NSSF would come out against pistol braces.
Separation
the rule
of powers. And I apologize, I did have some questions for the witnesses, and I do thank you all for being here and providing testimony. But hearing this on the other side and then just realizing that we differ in data as well as in our hearts, because we do want to protect innocent lives. That is why we support the Second Amendment. It is your right to defend yourself, and we will always speak up to defend life. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ranking Member Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. St. Louis and I rise because the gun violence epidemic affects all of the people of this country, but some more than others. I'm talking about children whose leading cause of death is now guns. I'm also talking about Black and brown communities that have borne the brunt of gun violence and mass incarceration. But gun violence may, as we've seen, be a political tool for some of my Republican colleagues, but it's a matter of actual life or death, especially for Black and brown communities. Last October, as I spoke about, in St. Louis, a gunman fatally shot a student, her name Alexandria Bell, and the teacher, Jean Kutzka, at Central Visual and Performing Arts High School, where more than 2/3 of the students are Black. The shooter's mother was concerned, and a third party known to the family had taken his gun just a few days before, but he regained possession. This is why common sense gun safety measures like red flag laws that Republicans refuse to support, why they are so important.
Because they're unconstitutional.
In addition to ensuring the safe ownership of guns, we must also stop the flow of guns into our communities. Weak Republican laws are flooding communities with guns that are killing people. In 2020, per capita murder rates were 40% higher in states won by Donald Trump than those won by Joe Biden. 9 of the 10 states with the highest gun mortality rates, including my state of Missouri, are red states.
No.
Mr. Wilcox, first of all, thank you for your strong, well-informed advocacy. I want to build on Mr. Nadler's question. Can you explain how the Iron Pipeline and weak Republican laws, gun laws, disproportionately harm Black and brown communities?
They don't. Stop committing crimes.
Yes, Ranking Member, and thank you for the question. As you stated, what we see pretty clearly from examining gun laws and looking at rates of gun violence is states with stronger gun laws see less gun violence. Why is that? It's because it's too easy for guns to be illegally diverted from legal commerce, responsible law-abiding citizens, into gun trafficking channels. What are the ways that that happens? No background check gun sales, straw purchasing, gun theft, and rogue gun dealers. We're here to talk about ATF, and that is exactly what they're there to focus on, is that diversion of illegal guns. Because we have to invest in communities, but we also have to stop the flow of illegal guns. And that's exactly what ATF is here to do, and that's exactly why we need them to be well-resourced and supported in doing it. One of the most troubling things we saw during the pandemic most recently is guns are moving even faster from dealer to to crime scenes, especially when it comes to young people. You see almost 40% of guns that were used in crime by young people in 2021 move from the gun dealer to that young person's hand in under a year. That's where we have to intervene. That's where we have to stop it. And for those in the industry that want to help out, let's give them that tools and education. For those who want to look the other way, let's actually hold them accountable.
Thank you. Thank you. And instead of blaming, as we often hear, Black and brown communities for gun deaths, we need to, and I will continue to say it, make sure that there's a public health approach to address this pandemic, this epidemic. Mr. Wilcox, can you tell us how can a carceral strategy solve the gun violence epidemic?
I don't think you can do it alone. I think there has to be accountability, but I think we also need investment. We need investment in community-based organizations that are doing the work on the ground, proven effective with cognitive behavioral health therapy, hospital-based violence intervention, street interruption. These are proven effective programs that we need to be investing in to intervene prior to acts of violence. On the other hand, there are laws and people have to be held accountable if there's violence, but more importantly, if they're moving guns into the iron pipeline, into the gun trafficking pipeline. We have to invest downstream in community, and we have to hold upstream accountable the suppliers of illegal guns.
Thank you, because a carceral strategy cannot be the answer. Thank you for that. I think it's a critical point that you just made, and just our response to this crisis cannot be mass incarceration. Just want to make that clear. Many communities around this country face high rates of gun violence and are disproportionately targeted by the carceral infrastructure that becomes the default response to every single social problem. This only results in compounding trauma and a cycle of violence that doesn't help anyone. The only path forward is through investing in our communities, using evidence-based public health strategies that will solve this public health crisis. Thank you, and I yield back.
Shut up.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Moore for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, let me say mass shootings are defined when you have a shooting with 3 or more people die. We had 74 people in the U.S. die in mass shootings last year. We've had 107,000 opioid overdoses. Number one killer of people between the ages of 18 and 45 is opioid. And based on testimony we've been hearing about the open border, they're getting younger and younger. So if we really, really care about young people in this country dying, we need to address the issue of opioids and those poisonings, that sort of thing, rather than this type of hearing here and trying to come after law-abiding citizens. Mr. Bosco, I have a district that has more veterans in it than any district in Alabama. I have Fort Rucker and Maxwell Gunner. And you know, one of the things we do for wounded warriors very often is we'll take them offshore fishing. I've hosted a couple of tournaments and take them out, let them shoot, hunt. It kind of gives them their life back. It gives them opportunities to do things. So tell me a little, when you invented this pistol brace, what was your motivation?
Well, I mean, I was at a range. A lot of us veterans enjoy shooting sports, shooting guns safely. And a range officer was out there, and he essentially told my buddy that he didn't want him shooting the weapon the way he was shooting it because in his opinion he was firing it unsafely.
So now your buddy is...
He's a vet.
Wounded warrior?
Yeah, he's a wounded warrior, lost a limb.
Go ahead,
and he essentially, obviously you obey the range officer's rules. But the initial impetus was to get this guy back out there shooting a firearm safely. And I think it did a good job of that, and it's brought a lot of other veterans back to shooting sports. It's the one thing that all of us enjoy doing. You know, I don't even think my colleague would disagree that it's something that veterans do. I mean, his father did it. I train my kids the right way. It's something that really helps. It's cathartic to other veterans, including wounded veterans, and it's cathartic to people who just want to go out there and enjoy it. I mean, there shouldn't be any, I really don't think there's, I mean, we're all talking about Second Amendment issues here. I was really looking forward to talking about how this brace helps other people, how it helps wounded veterans, how it helps people with limited mobility. It's a piece of plastic that allows people to shoot a firearm better. That's what it is.
You know, and my daughters shoot, and I understand that the brace allows 3 points of contact. So some of the wounded among us, some of the weaker maybe, couldn't hold a handgun. It allows them an opportunity to shoot as well. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. All it does is allows for a third point of contact to help you fire the weapon more safely. Nothing about this product makes the weapon any more dangerous.
Wait, now, so you're saying, number one, it doesn't make the weapon more dangerous. Actually, it probably makes the weapon safer.
It does.
And more accurate, I would think, which is a good thing when you're firing down range, I would assume. You want to hit targets, right?
Exactly.
So thank you for that. And Ms. Swear, I gotta move quickly here. I want to ask you, are you aware of any data that suggests that an increase in firearm ownership leads to an increase in violent crime?
No, not on the whole. It's all about who in particular has that firearm and whether it's for criminal motives. But generally speaking, law-abiding citizens are not, who are the mass of gun owners, are not having that violent intent, and they're therefore not a danger to themselves or others.
Are you aware of any law that would stop gun violence? Is there a law that we could pass as Congress that would actually stop murders in this country by firearms?
Congressman, even if you could pass a law outright banning guns, you'd still have to be able to snap your fingers to make them disappear out of the hands of violent criminals. And it would be an impossibility to eliminate gun violence. We can certainly work on getting guns out of the hands of violent criminals and enabling law-abiding citizens to defend themselves with that lethal force, as is their natural right and their constitutional right. But to suggest that we can somehow eliminate gun violence, I mean, that you're talking about eliminating human nature and this propensity that violent people have to commit crimes.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Rwanda where they killed all those people with machetes, right? It's more about human nature actually than it is the weapon we happen to be using. You know, it's interesting because I most of the cities that are controlled by the Democrats, I moved to DC and I'm here part-time. I've only been in Congress 24 months, but you guys, I feel so much less safe here. And this is, I mean, they're pretty restrictive on firearms. So much less safe here than I did in the hometowns I grew up in the cities in my states. Because number one, we're carrying concealed, so we're safe in that respect. But just the crime that we're seeing in the cities where they think they can pass a law to change human morality is just, it's staggering to me. And the statistics simply do not support that approach. But with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Jackson Lee for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. This really warrants 10 minutes to
No, it doesn't. Ask Clown.
This thrust that we have here today, when we realize, looking for my paperwork here, we realize that what we're facing is really a gun trafficking crisis that the ATF is trying to intervene and save lives. You take a city like Baltimore, looking for an anecdotal story, you will find that it is gun trafficking. To my good friend from Washington, D.C., in Washington, D.C., I feel very safe, but the point is, Washington, D.C. is being flooded with guns coming from places like Virginia, where the laws are loose. I mean, do we have any common connection here? Here's an article that says alleged gun smugglers indicted in New York under new federal law. Thank God. We're saving lives. And so I'm very grateful to all of the witnesses. Mr. Larosiere, I applaud you, but I'm a fighter for the Constitution. First Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the Second Amendment. We are here, we are fighters for that.
No, you're not.
If I might say. And so let me just, Mr. Basio, I take no back seat to fighting for my veterans. I love them. I love the combat soldiers and others, sailors and others, every list of men that you can imagine. Love traveling with the Marines, see what they do on the front lines. They're the first in. Then the Army wants to tell me, no, not really. Each one of them ought to be respected. But let me just share with you. We know that stabilizing braces have been used to perpetrate horrific acts of violence, including the murder of 9 people outside a bar in Dayton, Ohio, and 10 people, including a police officer at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. You are a nice person and a businessman, but surely you do not want people using your stabilizing braces to murder police officers. Is that true?
That's absolutely true.
And so the work of the ATF is to ensure that we regulate not your work, not your brace, but to ensure that it does not get in the hands of those who would not be able to, if you will, use it as you would want it to be. Let me move quickly. Thank you for that. Let me move quickly, Mr. Wilcox. Doesn't the Bruin decision represent a radical departure from the line of reasoning that Justice Scalia used in Heller, in which he recognized that the rights secured by the Second Amendment are not unlimited, and that nothing in that opinion should be taken to cast doubt on long-standing prohibitions against carrying of dangerous and unusual weapons? Just as the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs has endangered the health and safety of millions of women, do you anticipate that Bruin decision will threaten the safety of Americans, and why?
So I think the Bruin decision has created a lot of confusion. It's created an overabundant reliance on history, looking for a deep, specific historical twin by some courts rather than an analog, and what it's led to is perverse results. In the Fifth Circuit, I know the ranking member's home circuit, we saw the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals strike down a provision in federal law that prohibits domestic abusers under protective orders from purchasing and possessing guns. Now going forward in your circuit, sadly, ranking member, domestic abusers under protective orders in the most dangerous time can access firearms. I don't think that is what Bruin meant. I do not think that is what the Supreme Court meant, but that language is too broad and it needs to be tightened up, because we can't live in a country where dangerous domestic abusers, felons, gun traffickers can go free and terrorize our women, our children, and our communities.
The most dangerous, if you talk to police officers as I do, the most dangerous call is a domestic violence call. I lost a beloved sergeant, saving the life of a mother and son, but he died, wounded and died on a domestic violence call. Let me quickly move to this issue of FFLs. How does it impact public safety if FFLs are not being regularly inspected? And how would increasing the ability for ATF to inspect FFLs impact law-abiding citizens? Ms. Wilcox, I don't want to put anyone out of business. I'm just trying to save lives. The regulation of FFLs.
Look, I think it's incredibly important what this administration has done, and we've heard a little bit that I think goes beyond the facts. Because what this administration done is to say we're going to target inspections on those dealers that are most connected to crime guns. Have you been connected to crime guns? Are there violent crimes connected to your store? And then they're going to look at very specific willful violations, such as you didn't conduct a background check on your sale. You knowingly sold to a prohibited person. These are serious offenses.
Let me get this in. How does the ATF's ghost gun rule promote public safety and reduce crime? Can he just answer, since I got in under the bell, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, and I apologize. We gave you an extra 4.5 minutes earlier, so we're going to cut it off here.
Thank you very much to all of the witnesses for their answers. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. President Biden and the ATF purposely decided to put a plan together to take millions of law-abiding citizens and turn them into felons after May 31st, just like that, through a rule on stabilizing braces, which is nearly a total ban. This action, despite prior guidance from the ATF, Mr. Bosco, as you testified earlier, to the contrary. Does that sound crazy? Of course it does, but this is just another day in Joe Biden's America. Inaction by this body is sanctioning a lawfully established good actor in the community, your company, Mr. Bosco. Let's just change the rules midstream. In order to register firearms under this proposal, gun owners are required to destroy, turn in, rebuild their guns, or fill out what is called a Form 1. This is the Form 1. It is a 17-page guidance on how to fill out a government form. This means that owners of up to 40 million braces will spend a collective 160 million hours registering their lawfully acquired firearms to comply with ATF's unconstitutional rule. Anyone who does not register, turn in, rebuild, or destroy their brace firearm by ATF's arbitrary deadline will be subject to a 10-year in federal prison or $250,000 per firearm. These aren't illegal guns. These are lawfully acquired guns. For perspective, in 2020, ATF reported they processed 512,000 National Firearms Act gun registration forms at that rate, assuming no further backlog and assuming all affected gun owners comply with gun registration date by May 31st. It would take the ATF over 78 years to process all of the pistol registration forms. The ATF is proposing regulations they aren't even capable of handling. Ms. Swear, who is in charge of making the rules making law in the United States of America?
That would be Congress.
Would you say that it's a fair assessment that ATF is attempting to usurp Congress's powers and undermine the Second Amendment?
I think ATF in recent years has sought to do that in several ways, yes.
In what ways? Curious.
So as I noted both in my written and my opening remarks, so one of them is with this pistol brace rule. So Congress, yes, I think irrationally in 1934, but nonetheless did seek to regulate short barrel rifles. And ATF for a long time took the position that these were not short barrel rifles. And then just like that, it changed its mind and said, we're gonna override that. With respect to firearms themselves, ATF decided unilaterally that even though Congress said we can regulate firearms and frames and receivers of firearms, well, we think now we can regulate almost frames and almost receivers, which is really just a hunk of drilled out metal. It's not a functional firearm in and of itself. And in that way, we're going to claw back more power for ourselves. So I think you see this quite a bit of ATF not just interpreting the law, but intentionally misinterpreting the law to give itself more power.
The pistol brace ban is unconstitutional, it's irresponsible, and it's quite frankly downright maddening. In this poster behind me, you see two guns. Mr. Bosco, would option A or option B make you a felon under ATF's proposed rule? Well, option B, in 120 days, will make you a felon. Do you think the common American citizen would reasonably be able to distinguish which is the firearm of a felon versus a law-abiding citizen? Well, that's the whole point here. I mean, this is what I was talking about. Again, I have no disagreement with Ms. Jackson-Lee. I have no disagreement with my colleague with respect to what the ATF does, but this is not what the ATF should be doing. The ATF is making a rule, okay, and they're saying that this rule has criminal implication. It circumvents the legislative process. That's what's happening here. All I'm saying, and all I have been saying, is that ATF should not be making laws. That's up to the people up in front of me. What makes this firearm behind me illegal under the ATF proposed rule? Well, essentially what they're saying, after 10 years of saying the opposite, is that the piece of plastic attached to the back of that firearm, which is a piece of rubber with two flaps and a strap, is now a stock similar to the one in A. Does the arm brace make the firearm more deadly? For example, does it turn a semi-automatic weapon into a machine gun? It doesn't turn the firearm into anything. All it is an orthotic device that allows you to fire that weapon in a more safe fashion. What is the impact of this proposed rule if enacted to your company? We'll go out of business. We'll go out of business. The ATF itself said that 4 of the 5 companies will go out of business in their impact study. They said that. So they know that they're doing this. Has the federal government ever indicated to you that they would be willing to compensate you for shutting down your business? Never. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm out of time. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, we are all too familiar with the horrifying statistics that gun violence is the leading cause of death for children and teens in this country.
Stories again.
Since the start of this year, 10 people under the age of 25 were shot and killed in Ohio's 11th congressional district. 10 young people whose lives were taken too soon and did not have the opportunity to realize their potential. I have in my hand a list of reports describing each of these tragedies. Mr. Chairman, in recognition of the lives lost, I ask unanimous consent that this list be entered into the record.
So moved.
Thank you. Just recently, an 18-year-old high school senior was waiting for the bus at John Adams High School. Just waiting for the bus. And while on his way home from school, he was shot and killed. Mr. Chairman, John Adams High School is my alma mater. A few days ago, 2 men in Cleveland were arrested for selling an undercover ATF agent nearly 100 guns as part of an ongoing law enforcement operation to combat gun smuggling. Many of the guns recovered by the law enforcement were ghost guns, firearms that can be assembled in parts without serial numbers, making them extremely difficult to trace. That's why they're called ghost guns. ATF estimates that about 45,000 ghost guns have been recovered from crime scenes since 2016, with more than 19,000 recovered in 2021 alone. as they are a massive source of violent crime, the reasonable thing to do is regulate ghost guns.
Bullshit.
But reasonable regulations to protect Americans, like tracking ghost guns, have been strongly opposed by Republicans and the gun industry. And that is despite thousands of American mayors and the majority of the American people begging for more regulation. Because in Republican eyes, not being allowed to manufacture and own deadly weapons of war somehow infringes on the Second Amendment. So, Mr. Wilcox, if you would, please describe the law enforcement challenges presented by the prevalence of ghost guns.
Thank you, Congresswoman, and I completely agree with your sentiments and respect how you're lifting up the survivors from your community.
Oh, jeez.
I think this is one of the fastest growing threats to public safety in our country because the untraceable product is the dream of gun traffickers and prohibited people who want to acquire easy-to-make guns with no record and no background check. I think, we heard a suggestion that these are incredibly difficult to make. They're hunks of metal. That's not the case at all. These are readily converted by just about anyone. And building a ghost gun from the parts that these companies are selling is as close to gunsmithing as making a Lego set is as close to architectural design. These are not the same thing. This is something that is very easy to do with common tools and can be done in about an hour. So imagine acquiring these parts with nothing but a credit card or mailing address, some common hand tools, and an hour of time, and now you have an untraceable handgun. That's exactly what a gun trafficker wants, and it's why I'm proud ATF is stepping up to regulate that as Congress intended.
On that point, can you please describe how the ATF supports law enforcement in their daily activities, particularly when guns are recovered in a crime?
As I understand it, talking to multiple local law enforcement officials across this country, ATF is the best partner they have in federal law enforcement.
That's hearsay.
They're on
You're
the
not a
scene,
cop.
They're in the field, and they're doing the hard work.
You're a
Supporting
joke.
ATF is supporting law enforcement because that's who's helping them with ballistics information, with crime gun tracing, and connecting the dots to trafficking channels. As I mentioned earlier, the only way to get from the shooter to the supplier is in partnership between local law enforcement and ATF.
Thank you so much. Let the record reflect, I am a licensed gun owner and respect the rights of individuals afforded under the Second Amendment. However, we can preserve those rights while also implementing common sense gun safety measures, many of which are supported by our law enforcement to help them do their jobs and keep all of us safe. Despite this, we continue to hear talking points across the aisle against legitimate restrictions on firearms that would support the job of law enforcement and keep our children and community safe. In the 117th Congress, I was proud to support the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided hundreds of millions of dollars to support common sense gun reform. In fact, Cleveland was already awarded $2 million from that fund to support city-led collaborative community violence intervention and public engagement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand my time has expired, but I do want to say this. President Biden is taking action that is desperately needed and timely. And along with that, the congressional Democrats are ready and willing to continue our diligent work to save lives and keep our country and communities and children safe.
Shut up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wilcox, did you or anyone in your organization communicate with the ATF or the Biden administration about these issues we are discussing today prior to the notice of proposed rulemaking?
We submitted formal petitions for rulemaking through the appropriate channel, sir.
Before the notice of proposed rulemaking?
That's correct.
So you were in communication with the Biden administration wanting to make these changes?
We filed formal petitions for rulemaking through the appropriate channels.
Who'd you talk to?
It was a written submission, sir.
Did you speak to anyone personally?
I didn't.
Did anyone in your organization talk to anyone?
I have to check, but I believe we submitted the written submission as a formal submission.
People in your organization may have talked to folks at the ATF prior to the notice of proposed rulemaking?
Not that I'm aware.
Did anyone in your organization talk to Mr. Dettelbach before the notice of proposed rulemaking?
I don't believe Mr. Dettelbach had.
You came in after. Have anyone talked to Mr. Dettelbach about this personally?
Of course, we've been in communication with the ATF in this administration and in prior administrations.
Talking to the director? You've talked to the director?
I mean, we work with ATF across administrations.
Have you talked to the director? It's a simple question.
Yeah, I've communicated with the director.
You've talked to Mr. Dettelbach?
Of course.
Yeah, and well, I find that interesting. I just know, as we're speaking upstairs, the president of the National School Board Association is sitting for a transcribed interview because the same thing happened there. National School Board Association talked with the Biden White House, the Biden Justice Department, the Biden Department of Education, concocted this letter that set in motion this whole attack on parents showing up at school boards. And it looks to me like we have a similar operation going on here, where you guys worked with the ATF to change something that had been the law for 10 years to go after law-abiding Second Amendment Americans. Second Amendment supporting Americans. Mr. Bosco, you invented this stabilizing brace, is that right?
That's correct.
And you invented it for a Marine buddy, a friend of yours who served our country and was injured?
That's correct.
And you were told 10 years ago that the stabilizing brace does not convert a pistol into a short-barreled rifle, is that right?
That is correct.
I got the letter right here from the ATF, November 26, 2012, right? And then 7 weeks ago, a 180-degree change, right? 180-degree change, just the opposite. They now say it is just the opposite of what they told you 10 years ago. I know others have talked about this. I think it's so clear. 180-degree change. So in 10 years and 2 months, the rule was one way, and you developed business based on the rule that they told you. Your government told you this was fine, and now they've changed it.
That's correct.
When did the bill pass that changed the law?
There was no bill.
No bill. That's the fundamental issue, right? No bill. Mr. Dettelbach, the new director, he never ran for Congress. I don't remember a bill going through Mr. Nadler's committee last Congress that changed the law. I would have known because I'm on that committee, the Judiciary Committee, which has jurisdiction over this stuff. I would have known. I don't remember a bill passing the full Congress. I don't remember a bill in the Senate Judiciary Committee passing or going through the Senate. And I certainly don't remember a bill going to President Biden's desk that he signed in the legislation that changed the rule. But this could potentially impact millions of Americans, law-abiding, Second Amendment supporting Americans. Is that right, Mr. Bosco?
That's absolutely correct.
How many products have you sold, just your company alone, to Americans? How many stabilizing braces have you sold?
Many millions. I can say that from 2020 to today, which are the years that the ATF didn't concern itself with when it did its impact study, we sold, our company alone, 2.3 million braces.
So while they were doing their study, they didn't count the number of braces that were being sold?
They didn't count in their impact study.
That's probably because Mr. Wilcox's organization told them not to count it, right?
I don't want to.
Well, they were talking to him all the time, it sounds like, putting this all together, going after people who support the Second Amendment. How many Americans do you think it's total? So I've heard estimates as many as 40 million Americans could be impacted by this?
Correct. Congressional Research Services has said anywhere between 10 and 40 million Americans own stabilizing braces.
Unless you remove the brace, lengthen the barrel, turn in or destroy your firearm or register your gun with this government that you know you can trust because Mr. Wilcox has been working with them, you know you can trust. Unless you do those four things, what happens? What are you?
A felon.
A felon. A felon for something 10 years ago they said was just fine. That you built a business on, and the business started because you wanted to help a man who put the uniform of his country on his back and served our country and was injured, and now they're going to put you out of business and make people felons. But don't worry, Everytown USA, Mr. Wilcox has been working with our government to implement this to target Second Amendment people, Americans who support the Second Amendment. Such a deal. Such a deal. That's why we need legislation to say this rule does, we need to pass that. Like, that's what we do need to pass into law now based on what has happened with this organization. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uvalde, Buffalo, this week, Sumter, Milwaukee, Tampa. Some of you may not have heard that just this morning up the street in Baltimore. When will this violence stop? Our communities are living in fear. Our children are literally afraid to go to school. When will this body take meaningful action? This includes in my hometown of Albuquerque, where just a year and a half ago, a young man named Benny Hargrove, who was only 13 years old, an 8th grader at Washington Middle School, tragically lost his life. I want to tell you Benny's story. It was Friday, August 13th, 2021. It was only the third day of school. He had just started the 8th grade. Benny was a good student. He was a good friend. He was brave. And shortly before 1 p.m. on that day, he saw one of his classmates bullying another one of his classmates. He stepped in to try to de-escalate what was going on, but what Benny did not know on that day was that his classmate had brought a gun to school. And Benny died in the hospital at 13 years old. Now, just this last week in my state legislature in New Mexico, my own state House representative who is championing these issues at home, Pamela Herndon, just passed the Benny Hargrove Safety Act in New Mexico, and our governor proudly signed it. But people across the country are begging us to take action because our children are literally afraid to go to school. I've heard a lot of testimony this morning from my friends across the aisle, calling into question the Second Amendment and the right to freedom and law-abiding citizens. That is not what we are talking about this morning. We're talking about the safety of our children and our communities and about taking meaningful action in this body to stem the tide of violence that is affecting every single community across the country. I want to thank the moms and the advocates and the survivors who I see here in the audience today and who are tuning in here today to hear this farce of a hearing. I want to thank Mr. Wilcox for being here to help represent the voices of all of those individuals here in this hearing today. I've listened to my friends across the aisle take umbrage with our federal law enforcement this morning. These are men and women who put their lives on the line every single day to serve our country. When are we going to take action to protect our children? When is this body going to take meaningful action? That is what our children are asking us. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm deeply proud of the bipartisan community safety bill that we passed last summer. It is the most significant piece of legislation in 30 years because of the impact of the gun lobby, which I'm sure is loud and proud in the background in this hearing today. But we need to take meaningful action. And so, Mr. Wilcox, I want to ask you, what are the actions that we must take to protect our communities?
Grow a spine.
Thank you for that question, Congresswoman. I think first we need to be implementing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and the laws on the books, just like ATF's been doing with ghost guns and with arm braces, with unlicensed sellers who make gun sales without background checks. We also have to keep passing foundational laws, background checks on all gun sales, ensuring there's an extreme risk protection order process across the country, and that people who own guns, like my family, store them securely. Because we know that 80% of the guns that are used in school shootings, those are coming from the home of the parent or a family or relative, and that's our intervention point. Responsible gun ownership, which I think there is agreement on this dais about, as well as common sense and constitutional gun laws to keep guns out of the hands who shouldn't have them, while supporting our federal law enforcement officers at ATF.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and I beg my colleagues to take urgent action now.
Thank you. Chair recognizes myself for my time. Mr. Wilcox, is a stabilizing brace a ghost gun?
No.
Okay. So I just want, for the record, to recognize the fact that our Democratic colleagues were in charge of this chamber for 4 years, and there was no legislation passed to regularly ban ghost guns. In fact, it wasn't even marked up. And my colleague just said that they were begging for action. Well, you had 4 years and you did nothing about that particular issue at all. We are talking about a stabilizing brace, and we're also talking about bureaucratic overreach and an end around to the democratic process. And I suspected that we were going to be insulted, and I wasn't disappointed. So, Mr. Wilcox, is it your firm belief that less guns will equate to less violence?
Thanks for the question, Chairman. It's my belief that strong gun laws lead to less gun violence.
So less guns is better.
No, strong gun laws lead to less.
Less
gun
guns are. What is stricter laws going to do? It's going to limit gun ownership, wouldn't it?
So we looked at every state across 50 policies, and what we found is the states that had the strongest suite of policies had the
Well,
least
that's
amount of
not
gun
what I'm
violence.
asking. And furthermore, it's you can play a game with states. You can compare Vermont to Texas, and it's very comparison. I can also compare North Dakota to California, and you're not comparing apples to apples. So I think that it's very interesting to point out that in 1980 in this country, there were 226 million people. We had 23,040 murders. It was a murder rate of 10.2 per 100,000. And there were approximately 280 million guns. In 2019, there were 400 million guns, so a significant increase. There were 16,425 murders for a murder rate of 5.0. We understand that one murder is one too many, but you can't legislate away evil. Gun control in Mexico is very strict. In fact, for all intents and purposes, very difficult for an average Mexican citizen, although their constitution says they can own a gun, it's very difficult for them to do so. And also, every single firearm in Mexico is supposed to be registered. Mexico has 124 million people. What, ma'am? Okay. All right.
She goes.
Please remove that woman, please.
Yes, officer, please.
You're removed. You're breaching protocol and disorder in the committee room.
Activists.
He never took anyone away.
No. Officer, please remove her. And remove the gentleman too. And I'm going to read a statement for the other folks in attendance. The committee welcomes the public to this meeting. We have people on both sides of the aisle. That not only up here but in the audience that have differing opinions. While you are welcome here, I want to point out to the members and to the audience in attendance today, House Rule 11 provides that the chairman of the committee may punish breaches of order and decorum by censure and exclusion from the hearing. All participants will be required to avoid unruly behavior and inappropriate language. Expressions of support or opposition are not in order. I expect all parties to these proceedings to conduct themselves at all times in a manner that reflects credibility on the House of Representatives. Okay. Now I'm going to reclaim my time. You know what? I'm pretty emotional as well. I think some people are. We should be, because it's my firm belief that if you look at Mexico with 124 million people, the murder rate in this country is 5 per 100,000. Mexico, with very strong, strict gun laws, the murder rate is 29 per 100,000. That is remarkably higher. So how can that be? If laws can wash away, unfortunately, human nature, they can't. And evil is evil. Whether someone is murdered with a gun, with a knife, with a car, a bomb, or even with your bare hands, the fact of the matter is, what a firearm does is equalizing the playing field, particularly for elderly and for women, for folks that may not have the physical strength to defend themselves. So we recall apologists for gun violence, we're using this for political tools, insurrectionists, and we're out of step. This is about the democratic process. We are supposed to pass laws. Congress, not unelected bureaucrats. If that's the case, we can all just go home. I'd rather spend more time with my family, quite frankly. My 13 and 16-year-old sons. I want to keep them safer. I want to keep everybody in this room safer. And I find it very hypocritical that some members of Congress hire armed security to protect themselves with firearms. So firearms are okay if they protect them, but not other people. The great masses. Alcohol-related deaths in 2020, 13.1 per 100,000. We talking about regulating any more alcohol? We talking about banning it? We're talking about making new rules to make it harder to get alcohol? No. Deaths by car, vehicles, 38,824, 11.2 per 100,000. Anybody want to ban cars? Any talk of that? No. Mass shootings. One is too many. In November 2021, in Wisconsin, a driver drove his SUV through a Christmas parade and he killed 6. Was there any talk of banning cars? No. We weren't going to ban the Ford Escape he used or any like the Ford Super Duty pickup truck in October of 2017 in Manhattan. Drove his truck along a bike path and crashed into a school bus, killing 8. There was no talk of that. It's not the gun that kills people, it's the person pulling the trigger. A gun is merely a tool. So you have a stabilizing brace, Mr. Moscow. See, this is exactly what we have to avoid, which is some minority of folks trying to silence dissent. Dissent shouldn't be kryptonite. We should have a civil conversation. We should have a spirited exchange of ideas. Mr. Raskin and I do, and I really respect it because he's good and he firmly believes what he believes. I believe a lot of the time differing, but there's a decorum that should be adhered to. So, Mr. Bosco, your brace is not a ghost gun, correct? Is this an insurrection? So will they be held to the same, I don't want another January 6th.
If they're trying to overthrow the government, they ought to be held to the same standard, but I think they're trying to express their...
Whoa.
Yeah. Stay in line, ass clown.
Members out of line.
Point of order, the gentleman's time has expired.
Yeah, and here's a point of order. You weren't here to begin with. Ms. Jackson Lee went 4.5 minutes over. We said that I was going to take 1 additional minute, and Mr. Biggs was going to take 1 additional minute.
Yeah, show up on time, jackass.
She went over by 4.5 minutes. Mr. Bosco, you invented the pistol brace after witnessing a disabled combat veteran struggle to shoot while... Does the Capitol Police not do their jobs? What the hell's going on? All right. This hearing's recessed.
Well. All right. Let's stick with this. This is good. I'm going to switch my audio to my speaker, my mic. So, guys and gals, this is getting good. So, we have some activists. No doubt they're wearing colored matching shirts, and we're probably paid to be there. We're probably bussed in by some billionaires, and they're causing a scene trying to shut down the hearing. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to stick by until it comes back because I want to see the end of this. I think we all need to see the end of this. It does get off topic with the anti-gun liberals. They do the sob story all the time.
The hearing is recessed for 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. So they're recessing for 5 minutes, and we'll be right back. It's interesting. The Democrats, if you want to speak your voice and stand up for your rights and stop what they're doing, you're an insurrectionist. You should be in prison, held against your will, without the opportunity for an appearance, right? But if they're doing it, they're okay with it. And I think I showed this comment numerous times when it was made. One of the big things that's at play here, guys, is money. Always follow the dollar bill. Let me make myself a little bigger here. Because they're saying short-barreled rifles are dangerous. But if you give them $200, they're no longer dangerous. It's absolute horseshit what they're doing. They're losing money is what they see in their mind, and they want their money. That's all it's about. That's all it's about. Let me see. Yeah, there's a ton of cool comments right now. Yeah, that's exactly what it's all about. Cicilline is an ass clown joke who's he's done with Congress. So he's I guarantee if they give him his 5 minutes, I guarantee it's gonna be a tirade of BS focused at how they're so bad and how he's helped Rhode Island be so safe, which they're not. It's just crazy. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say that. I'm glad you did. It's funny. Cicilline shows up, and so do the protesters. Or that's when they start to get mouthy because they were in the room the whole time, more than likely. But yeah, I'm sure there's a strong strong coincidence there. Yeah, it's all about tax stamps, like Ricardo says. That's all it is, guys. It's all about the money. And this government is spending it like never before, and they do not want to lose a solid revenue stream. I've done a video, probably about 2 months ago, about the highest amount of registered NFA items in or the biggest states with the highest amounts. And if you go down those lists and you see how many things that the ATF puts a $200 tax stamp on and how many of them are in these states, the dollar bill amount that's paid to the government is staggering. Staggering. Like, it's bigger than the GDP of many countries in the world. And that's what this is all about. Thank you, Jimmy. Guys and gals, there's over 7,300 people in this room. Please hit that like button. We got probably 4,200 likes. Let's get this out to YouTube, because especially now, with they're in recess because of the reason they're in recess, this is going to be removed. They're not going to want people to watch this. This is why I do it.
Can we have this woman removed, please?
We're in recess. She can speak all she wants. The hearing is not being conducted. We're in recess. We're in recess. She can as much as she wants. When you're gavel, that's a different story.
Another activist yelling out. And Cicelyne coming to the rescue. So, Cicelyne, Representative Cicelyne from Rhode Island, is causing this ruckus, no doubt in my mind. He's standing up for them. They started to chirp once he showed up late. And here we are. I despise him. I despise him. But yeah, that's where we're at. They're probably going to arrest a few of them. Which will be, I'm sure, used as ammunition by the left, because these people were speaking out against the Second Amendment and they were arrested by the Republicans. Watch. It's coming. It's definitely coming. Friggin' Riri's. So we got a show taking place right now while they clear out the chamber of the insurrectionists, the anti-2A insurrectionists in this hearing here. Man, there's a ton of comments going by, guys. I can't keep up with it, and it's on slow. This is awesome. I'm so glad that you guys and gals have stuck around. Yeah. Just smash that like button. Let's get this out into YouTube. Share this link. This is truth in front of us unfolding. They can't stand it that our rights are being not. I don't want to say strengthened, because they don't give the right to strengthen it, but they're being upheld at a rate lately higher than they have in decades before when it comes to the Second Amendment, and they're crumbling. The pillars of gun control are crumbling, and the guys and gals who helped build that they can't handle themselves, and Cicelyne is one of them. So this is good. Any word when they're coming back? They said 5-minute recess, so probably 2 minutes from now. There's a good thing right there. 40 million people. If they were to pay the tax, it'd be $8 billion. However, ATF in their infinite wisdom have given people 120 days to comply with their unconstitutional fiat without having to pay that tax. But if you follow IRS law, ATF doesn't have the legal ability to do it on their own, and it could be called back at any point. You could be retroactively taxed for that. Bet you don't hear that from a lot of the pro-ATF folk. I want someone to ask these idiots how gun laws stop criminal intent. 100%. 100. They know the answer to that. That's why they don't ask these things. I will say that I find it odd that nobody has asked Matt a question. Nobody has asked him a question. Keep that in mind. And I'm sure there's a reason. Yeah, well, I'm on Rumble, but nobody else is. There's not a lot of people in the Second Amendment community watching Rumble, and There might be a few of them, but there's not the same amount of numbers as there are here, and that's why I'm here, because this is where I can reach the most amount of people and educate the most amount of people. CVA, NFA needs to go. I want to 3D print. Yeah, buddy. Ollies, they need to break out the deaths from Ford, Chevy, and Dodge vehicles, compare them against the gun deaths. Yeah, they just started to go down that road, and when they realized this was not going to go well for them, the people in the crowd who were probably paid well to be there, they decided to start making a scene. Yeah, I mean, Matt is just, he's been on my channel. We've talked many times. We've been at the same events together. He's a smart dude, well-spoken, and that can be very intimidating to congressional sloths in the swamp who do not know what it is that they're defending. And if they asked him or directed questions, well, first off, the Democrats have made it obvious they're only going to their bullhorn, their mouthpiece from Everytown. In fact, they even asked Everytown to speak on what ATF is doing. ATF should be here. And also next month, I'll also be doing another live coverage of a hearing which Stephen Dettelbach has been ordered to appear. So I will just remember that's going to happen. I'll have more information as we get closer. Yeah, and then the delay is another reason people could care less. So we should be coming back momentarily here. But again, I want to say that it's odd, it's curious that they have not asked any questions of Matt, even the Republicans, which, interesting. Here we go. Let me change back to audio. Here we go.
This proceeding's called to order. Just a quick note on what had transpired. There are House rules that govern proceedings. Unfortunately, we had some folks that were disruptive during the hearing. We asked Capitol Police to remove them. They were then removed. And then one decided to come back in while we were still gavelled in and disrupted the hearing. That's when we had a recess. Capitol Police was overwhelmed outside in the hallway, and now we're back in session. So I have 1 minute left, and this is what I want to talk about. Dissent is not kryptonite. It's the basis of this nation. I was on a city council, first elected office I had in 2009, and a woman came in. We used to give our citizens 5 minutes to speak, and she came in and told us how awful we were and enumerated the reasons as to why. And I thought that was wonderful. In fact, she ended up writing me a letter, and I put it in a frame and I put it in my office, and my friends would come in and read it and say, "Why on earth would you put that in your office?" And I said, because she can write that letter knowing, to a government official, knowing in this country that her house isn't going to be burnt down, that her car's not going to be confiscated, that she's not going to have a fear or suffer violence because she simply spoke up to folks that are empowered and elected. And that's the majesty of our representative republic. And we should have a spirited exchange of ideas, which we have had in this committee. And I would imagine over the next hour or so, we will continue to have. But to be that disruptive and to be that narcissistic, to breach decorum and disruption shouldn't be applauded. And it sure as hell shouldn't be applauded by members of this committee.
Boom.
That's why I was a little bit shocked that one member did that. So we are now, my time is now expired.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
Oh, Johnson.
I will not yield. We're just going to move on. Unless you go ahead if you have a quick question.
I just wanted to say this. There's a bill coming up that's based in part, it's a Republican-sponsored bill based on the Loudoun County School Board protests. And the Republicans, I guess, are arguing that that gentleman who was removed from that proceeding was mistreated, and that's part of the FBI weaponization strategy, I guess.
All right, sir. I have absolutely, literally no idea what you're talking about. So, all right. So
let me.
No, we're done. We're done. No. We're moving on. We're not going to get into this. We can have a discussion all day long. I'll see you on the floor. We can talk all day. Love that, and I think that you can learn from people that disagree with you, and so I have no problem with chat. We'll chat each other up.
When it's time to vote on the Republican bill.
We'll chat each other up. Okay, so now, Chair recognizes Ms. Holmes Norton. Is she here? No. Who's going to be next? Oh, okay. Mr. Cellini, you're next.
Here we go.
Thank you. I want to just quickly rebut two claims that have been made in this hearing. One,
that we've done nothing about ghost guns. The ATF has taken action to limit ghost guns. We passed my bill to ban ghost guns as part of the Protect Our Kids Act. It wasn't acted upon by the Senate. And secondly, this notion that somehow guns level the playing field for women. Really?
Yep.
More than 2/3 of the victims shot and killed by intimate partners are women.
They should have
and
guns.
The presence of a firearm makes an abuser 5 times more likely to take a partner's life than if no firearm is present. So we just set those two claims aside quickly. The reality is, every day in this country, 120 people are killed by gun violence. That's one life lost every 12 minutes. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death in children and teens in this country. There have been more mass shootings than days in 2023. Our children are participating and being traumatized by active shooter drills because the risk of a school shooting is so high. We've even seen a new design for a bulletproof mini room to be installed in classrooms to provide better protection if they're forced to shelter in place. This has become our day-to-day reality in the United States, but we cannot accept this as normal. And yet, as we continue to see the gun violence epidemic in this country continue to grow, how do my Republican colleagues respond? By trying to abolish the ATF, the agency responsible for implementing regulations to curb this violence and carnage. And that brings me to my first question.
Call it a bump stock again, you idiot. Please do.
Mr. Bosco, this is a yes or no. Is this AR-15 equipped with an SB tactical arm brace?
Yes, it is.
It is. Now, for members of the audience, this is a picture of the weapon used by the mass shooter who killed 5 people and wounded 17 on November 19th in the Club Q shooting, an LGBTQ club in Colorado. It appears to have an SB tactical arm brace that was just identified. The shooter had several run-ins with law enforcement before this massacre,
He's the
including
problem,
an incident
man.
where he had held his grandparents hostage that led to a SWAT team standoff in 2019. Mr. Wilcox, if the ATF's arm brace rule had been enacted earlier, even last year, would the shooter have been able to obtain this kind of weapon?
Thanks for that question. I mean, the fact is that short-barreled rifles aren't showing up in mass shootings unless they have been equipped with an arm brace, because those have been able to get around the national firearm restrictions. So no, that product wouldn't have been available as easily as it was if the regulation had been in place.
And Colorado Springs is sadly just one example. Mr. Wilcox, have any other mass shootings been committed with AR-15 style weapons with arm braces?
Yes, Congressman, I'm aware of at least 2 others, one in Dayton, Ohio, and another in Boulder, Colorado.
Now, we've heard a lot today about ATF's rules subjecting firearms equipped with stabilizing braces to regulation. Does that rule do anything more than close a loophole that allowed people to evade public safety regulations simply by adding accessories to pistols to transform them into short-barreled rifles?
No, Congressman, this is ATF enforcing the laws on the books, assessing technology, going through the notice and comment rulemaking process, taking appropriate action, and providing ample compliance opportunities, waiving the fees that come with the National Firearms Act, and having a grace period so that law-abiding responsible citizens can take advantage and register their weapons if they wish.
He's not ATF.
And again,
He shouldn't even be
short-barrel rifles
talking
have
about
been
it.
regulated under the National Firearms Act since 1934. Isn't that correct?
That's correct. Your predecessors in Congress established the clear law in the 1930s around short-barreled rifles.
And stabilizing braces have been examined by the ATF since 2012. Why did it take so long for the agency to close this loophole?
So it's because I believe technology has changed in that time. And in fact, this wasn't the first time ATF acted. Under the last administration, the Trump administration, they took action sending a cease and desist letter to one company that was selling a short-barreled rifle equipped with an arm brace. And so we've seen ATF consistently act as they've started to assess technology before entering the formal notice and comment rulemaking process.
And does the ATF rule prohibit veterans or the disabled or any law-abiding American from possessing a firearm equipped with a stabilizing brace? And will disabled veterans be able to keep these types of firearms even if the stabilizing brace was designed to be fired from the shoulder?
Absolutely, Congressman. There's no prohibition in this regulation. There's no prohibition on short-barreled rifles in the National Firearms Act. In fact, ATF processes hundreds of thousands of national firearm applications every year for millions of firearms. This is something ATF knows how to do and does do.
Thank you. I want to just end by thanking all the advocates here for gun safety for all your good work and for being present today to hold everyone accountable for their remarks and their votes.
There's your
And I'll
proof
yield
he
back.
brought him in. Cocksucker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry for his 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Biggs. Okay.
You know,
Perry,
we're
go ahead.
trying to balance, right? Trying to balance the safety of the citizens in the United States of America with this God-given constitutional right. It's enshrined in the Constitution, came down from God, that we can defend ourselves. We're trying to balance that, and that, I think, is what this discussion is about. And then who does that balancing? Whether we are a nation of laws or a nation of hysteria and screaming, which doesn't seem to produce much, but a bunch of screaming. And I get that people are exercised, but there are people here that are elected and accountable to make the laws. Unfortunately, in this case, folks that aren't accountable seem to be making the laws with the power to put you in jail, the authority to put you in jail if you disagree. Mr. Wilcox, are you a gun manufacturer?
Are you asking if I'm a licensed gun manufacturer?
I'm just asking if you're a gun manufacturer.
I'm not.
Licensed or otherwise. So you're not. Have you made a so-called ghost gun?
I have not.
You've not. What are the tools necessary to manufacture the so-called ghost gun?
So I've worked with a number of veterans who have made this.
Right.
And to make the handgun model, if you buy the polymer frame with the kit, what you need is a hand drill and a hand file. So actually, these aren't motorized tools or battery-operated tools at all. They're just working with muscle power. And
so you've done it. When you said you've worked with them, you stood right next to them, you held the tools, you're saying a hand drill, and what was the other thing? A file?
A hand file. Yes, sir. I'd be happy to send you the link. It's on YouTube. It actually shockingly has 4 million views of people seeing these hand tools in under an hour convert this frame into something that can be used in a firearm.
So you don't have the tools, and you're talking about that you've assisted veterans doing it, and I can go watch on YouTube. Do you think that everything you see on YouTube is real?
I sure hope not, or my kids would be in trouble.
Okay, all right. Well, look, I think that's fair. What are the components of what you characterize as a ghost gun?
Look, the core of the ghost gun is the frame or the receiver that can be readily converted into operational status. And ATF is making
So hold on a second. Let's be clear. The frame or the receiver, or the frame and the receiver? What is it?
It's a good question, sir, but the frame
I know it is
for the handgun and the receiver is for the long gun.
So a handgun doesn't have a receiver?
That's correct.
And a long gun does?
Correct.
Interesting.
That's not what the congressional definition
on YouTube,
is.
When you watch this video, so to speak, at what point did the components, or forget the YouTube, when you personally assisted with a hand drill, not even an electric, you're talking a hand drill with a crank, right? When you assisted with that, at what point did those components become a gun?
When Polymer 80 was selling those parts, those are firearms and regulated as such.
At what point did it, so when it was in the package and it showed up, was it a gun?
Yes, that's a
You
firearm.
could fire it. You could fire it when it showed up in the package.
That's not what the law says, sir.
No, I'm asking you. When it showed up, however it showed up at the house, in the package, before the drill, the hand drill, and the file, was it a gun?
Yes, sir, because Congress has defined firearms.
Could you fire it?
That's not how Congress defined firearms, sir.
And how does Congress define firearm?
An operational weapon.
Is it operational when it shows up in the mail? The components?
Yes, sir.
So why are you filing and why are you drilling it?
Because the firearm definition is operational.
No, I'm asking you, if it doesn't work when it shows up, why do you have to do those things? Sir, the point is it's not a gun. At what point are you going to outlaw, or are you going to sanction the ATF outlawing a block of aluminum, a block of steel, a screw? And by the way, you have no idea what you're talking about regarding receivers or frames. Sir, you are unqualified to comment on this because you have no idea what you're talking about.
Boom.
You haven't manufactured anything. Let's face it. You have no idea. Sir, I'm going to turn to Mr. LaRossiere.
Hey, it's Matt.
Do folks that kill other people do they apply for permits when getting a gun?
Certainly not in my experience.
Criminals. Do criminals go out to their local gun shop and fill out the paperwork and pray to the good Lord that they're not found out to be criminals when they want to purchase a gun?
I think it would be odd for them to do that, so no.
I yield the balance, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Northey. First 5 minutes. Is it? We just told Christian Northey. No? Hi, how are you? Yep. Okay, good.
Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to address some issues that have been raised in this hearing. First of all, I believe that there have been some claims of the Biden ATF and Democrats attacking the Second Amendment. So I just wanted to clarify the record a little bit. Mr. Wilcox, I was under the impression that it was the ATF under the Trump administration that issued a notice seeking public comment on criteria for evaluating stabilizing braces, correct?
That's correct.
And that was December 18th, 2020. However, ATF's notice to address the stabilizing brace was abruptly abandoned on December 31st following pressure from House Republicans. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
In fact, 90 of my House Republican colleagues pressured ATF into withdrawing its guidance on this particular topic. Mr. Wilcox, how long did it take for a mass shooting to occur involving an AR-style pistol with a stabilizing brace following the rescinding of ATF's notice?
Tragically, sir, I think it was mere weeks.
Well, it ended up being only 3 months later. On March 22nd, 2021, 10 people were tragically killed at King Soopers grocery store in Boulder, Colorado, by a gunman who was armed with an AR-style pistol with a stabilizing brace. Now, Mr. Larosiere, you have a YouTube channel called FUD Busters, isn't that right?
Oh, I see you're a fan.
I actually have a screenshot right here.
Thank you.
This is your YouTube channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and FUD Busters is kind of your handle for YouTube and social media, isn't that right?
For YouTube, correct.
Okay, and you have a similar account for Twitter with FUD Busters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good, very good. Well, we went back and looked at your Twitter history on FUD Busters. Can you pull that, please? And this is what we found. Can you see this tweet?
Yes, I can.
This is from January 27th, 2023 at 7:51 p.m., where you said something very, very disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
What were you thinking when you wrote that statement?
I was very upset about the very public execution of an individual, but I don't think that that's the subject of this hearing.
Those are your words, right?
Oh, yes, they are.
Correct. I find these deeply offensive as somebody who believes very much in protecting law enforcement, not attacking them. Mr. Wilcox, what's your reaction to this particular tweet by Mr. Larosiere?
I find the words offensive. I think it is an attack on law enforcement, and to the subject of this hearing, we need to be supporting agencies like ATF who are doing the work on the front lines, not threatening to abolish or defund them.
And certainly not this, probably too.
No, sir.
You know, Mr. Chairman, I just respectfully submit that when we talk about law enforcement in this way, using such epithets about them, that we are really harming public safety, not enhancing it. And Mr. Larosiere, this is deeply, deeply disturbing conduct. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to submit 2 articles for the record, one from the Washington Times, one from ABC News. Interestingly, where the gentleman who was escorted out earlier was escorted from a the President Biden's event earlier. Thank you.
Without objection, so moved. Chair recognizes Mr. Tiffany for his 5 minutes.
I haven't done this hearing room before, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bosco, we're hearing about banks and other lending institutions that are not lending to companies that make firearms, make munitions, things like that. Are you familiar with that?
Look at that jacket.
Tell us how pervasive it is.
Well, I mean, as a small business owner, when you start off a company, obviously somebody like myself who does not come from money had to go through typical lenders to try and find funding for what I was doing. And the minute you either, you need to find a smaller bank, essentially. If you use a larger bank and you say what you're doing, essentially they'll tell you no. So there's no other place to go other than smaller lending institutions.
So what do you think when you hear that the ability to lend is being suppressed?
I believe it.
So where is it driven from?
I mean, it's a politicization. You certainly have people in banks that have political opinions, and what they do is they use those political opinions to essentially stop you from obtaining any money from them.
So there's a real-world example going on right in our state of Wisconsin at this time. I believe it's the Bank of America has cut off a company that is involved in producing these types of products. And unfortunately, a regional bank who really does a good job, it's good for them. They're going to need to pick up that business. But you got one of the big banks that are just saying, you are now persona non grata. Wouldn't you kind of put this under the heading of ESG?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I hope I say your name correctly, Mr. LaRosiere. Do you have any comments in regards to that issue?
As far as debanking the firearms industry, it's been an incredible source of tumult for my clients, and especially when you're talking about small businesses, fewer than 15 employees, then having to pay exorbitant rates, for things like credit card processing. That's why I'm glad that measures have been taken in states like my own in Florida to kind of put a stop to that. But I'm also involved in the firearms industry, and I can certainly say that most people will have to either find some unconventional loans or self-start and bootstrap, and very often resort to credit cards, whereas other businesses don't have that problem.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. If a person lies on Form 4473 and is a user of unlawful drugs, you can get between 5 to 10 years for that. Is that correct? Is that my understanding?
No, I believe Congress changed the sentence last Congress.
What is that sentence now?
Up to 15.
Up to 15 years. Why hasn't Hunter Biden been prosecuted for the crime that he committed?
I'm not aware of the facts of that case and can't comment on it.
Okay, who do we talk to see why this case is not being prosecuted? I mean, he said very clearly in his book that he used drugs, he had a gun, at least a gun.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point of order.
Totally irrelevant and not germane to this proceeding.
Sir, he's got his 5 minutes. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, so I understand why you do not want Mr. Wilcox to answer that question. It's very clear why you don't want, because there's a dual system of justice in America. That's what's going on right now, and everybody's talking about it across America. There's two standards of justice that are going on. So I'll just close by saying this, Mr. Chairman. Time and again we find ourselves addressing these cynical plays by the Biden administration. Now they're going after the gun-owning people of America, by the way, the legal gun-owning people across America, and it's always using administrative law to do it. This is nothing but a cynical ploy that's going on by the Biden administration, trying to score points with those people that are in their corner of the American public. All you got to do is look at what happened with the student loan thing. It was an election year gambit that went on. They were trying to motivate young people to get out and vote. And how could they do that best? By playing the Supreme Court and Republicans off, oh, those are those evil people that are going to make you have to pay off your student loan. By the way, I have 2 daughters that have student loans and they should pay it off. They signed a contract. Our family signed a contract. They should do it. And yet this is this kind of cynical stuff that goes on with the Biden administration all the time. And this is no different. This is no different at all. It's time that my colleagues on the left in the Biden administration stop trying to unconstitutionally make law-abiding citizens into criminals. Stop using administrative law the way you're using it. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Macbeth for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much to our witnesses today.
Comes another
I have read
story.
your testimonies. I am grateful that the majority has provided us this opportunity to highlight the great and very successful work that
Nice
the
hair,
ATF
Karen.
is doing to combat gun violence and also keep our communities safe. As most people in this room know, the ATF finally has a permanent director after almost 10 years without a leader at the helm of one of the most consequential agencies in the federal government. An agency tasked with keeping guns out of the hands of those who are in danger to themselves or their communities. An agency that partners day in and day out with our local and our state law enforcement agencies. And an agency that simply just helps stop crime before it happens. I know that there's been an effort in this room to criticize the ATF and the important work that they're doing. However, I think something that we can all agree upon is that we all want to save American lives. We all want to prevent violent crime. And we all want to keep our communities safe. And that is exactly the type of work that the ATF does day in and day out. And it's not just this side of the aisle that recognizes the importance of a supported ATF. When Director Dettelbach was nominated, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, which represents over 26,000 law enforcement professionals, issued a letter of support, as did the International Association of Chiefs of Police,
26,000
the
out of
world's largest
600,000?
organization for police leaders, and the Women in Federal Law Enforcement Foundation. The public, law enforcement groups, and survivors, such as myself, know the difference that a supported ATF can make in our fight against gun violence. My questions are for you, Mr. Wilcox. The ATF recently issued a comprehensive report on gun trafficking for the first time in 20 years. Can you please speak to the importance of regular gun trafficking reports in our fight against gun violence and how lawmakers such as ourselves sitting in this room, or some of us sitting in this room, can utilize such reports in crafting legislation?
Thank you for the question, Congresswoman, and your leadership. I think as the director said in the opening, information is power. And this second volume of the gun trafficking report provides real information about where we should be focusing our attention. It taught us that there's been a 1,000% increase in the recovery of ghost guns in the past 5 years. A 500% increase in the recovery of machine gun conversion devices. And that guns are moving from gun dealers to crime scenes faster than they ever have before. These are concrete intervention points where we could focus resources to address the proliferation of ghost guns, machine gun conversion devices like auto sears that slip into a handgun and can be printed for quarters on the dollar from computer code, and cracking down on the gun trafficking channels. ATF has taken that information and converted it to action by going after rogue gun dealers like the one who was selling dozens of guns to individuals who were engaged in unlicensed, unlawful gun sales, cracking down on trafficking rings that are moving hundreds of guns from one state to the next. And so these are really the clues, but it's not the end of the story. There's volume 3 and 4 still to come. And the hardworking, brave men and women at ATF are going to continue to accumulate data, produce it, and hopefully lead us to the data-driven results and solutions we know we need, like the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act.
Well, thank you. Local and state law enforcement, they regularly work with the ATF in solving crimes and preventing them from happening again and again and again. Can you please describe the expertise and the resources that the ATF provides to our local and state police departments?
There really is no better partner to local and state law enforcement.
This guy's not in the ATF.
They provide
He's not even
technology
qualified
to
to
assess
answer these
ballistics,
questions. It's hearsay.
to trace crime guns, identify crime trafficking patterns, and help solve investigations. Just recently, they helped bust a fentanyl trafficking ring that also involved a gun trafficking element. So ATF is out in the world, they're out in the community doing the work, providing a force multiplier for local law enforcement who's seeking to address violent crime, illegal guns, and to keep our community safe.
This guy's pregnant with
Thank you so very
ATF
much
baby.
for that. And honestly, I'm so grateful that we do have a director at this time, because right now we do seem to be making some headway, making some common sense decisions and keeping Americans safe. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Clive for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Subcommittee Chairman Fallon and Subcommittee Chairman Biggs, for allowing me.
You can just call us Chairman. That's fine. You don't have to be specific.
Chairman works. But thank you for allowing me to participate in this joint hearing. As one of the few federal firearms licensees in Congress and a small business gun store owner for over 30 years, I've had a lot of experience working with ATF. Our unalienable right to keep and bear arms, this fundamental freedom, is certainly under attack by President Biden and the ATF. With the new frame and receiver rule, the pistol brace rule, and now the most recent attempt at universal background checks through President Biden's executive order. On January 13th, the ATF finalized its pistol brace rule, which unlawfully treats firearms with stabilizing braces as short-barreled National Firearms Act restricted weapons, effectively turning millions of law-abiding gun owners, including many disabled veterans, into criminals in just 120 days. Unelected anti-gun bureaucrats announced to law-abiding gun owners possessing these pistols with these attached braces that starting on January 31st, they have only 120 days to register, turn over, dismantle, or destroy their firearms. Failure to comply with this unconstitutional measure will result in up to 10 years in jail and a $250,000 fine. The ATF's abuse of rulemaking authority dangerously violates American Second Amendment rights, irresponsibly disregards Congress's sole legislative authority, and reveals yet another uninformed flip-flop decision by anti-gun bureaucrats at the ATF. Back in 2012, pistol braces were determined legal to use and shoulder. The decision was reversed 3 years later in 2015, claiming stabilizing braces were illegal to shoulder, turning pistol-braced firearms into unregistered short-barreled rifles. This changed again in 2017 when stabilizing braces were once more determined to be legal to shoulder. And now here we are in 2023 as the ATF is yet again vilifying pistol braces and turning their owners into criminals, and in the process, destroying the hard work of entrepreneurs and small business owners like Mr. Roscoe. To help with this injustice, this week I introduced the Joint Resolution of Disapproval, HJ Res 44, under the Congressional Review Act with Congressman Richard Hudson, as well as the support of over 180 of my House Republican colleagues as original co-sponsors to repeal the tyranny of ATF's misguided and unconstitutional pistol brace rule. This ATF rule and every other form of gun control pushed by the Biden administration is nothing more than a thinly veiled assault on our Second Amendment rights. It is yet another attempt to advocate backdoor gun control in order to disarm our nation and dismantle Americans' Second Amendment freedoms. The intended end result would be an unarmed America, which would make for a less safe and less free America. Mrs. Swearer, will the ATF's pistol brace rule reduce crime and save lives, do you think?
Almost certainly not. In fact, it's mostly liable to create felons where there were not felons before, instead of attacking violent crime as it currently exists.
And by the tens of thousands of them.
Yes, sir.
So if the intent is not to reduce crime and save lives, what do you believe is the purpose of ATF's pistol brace rule?
I firmly believe that the intended purpose is simply to try to do something, if you will, about gun violence in the typical way of, well, look, we've done something, we've regulated more. The problem is the regulation is not directed at the violent criminals themselves. It's directed at millions of peaceable citizens who are not and never were the problem. Meanwhile, to the extent that it is regulating these devices for would-be violent criminals, well, congratulations. They have a plethora of other ways of either obtaining that same firearm, because if they're not prohibited and just bent on violence, they can pay the $200 tax and they still have the same firearm, so we haven't even cut down that option for them. Or they can turn around, as most of them do, and break other laws, obtain firearms off the street with pistol brace or no pistol brace, NFA or not NFA. And as most of them do, they're already not using these firearms. They're using non-NFA firearms.
Right.
It just is not directed at remotely at any part of the problem.
Mr. Bosco, in 2012 and 2017, the ATF found pistol braces were not subject to the National Firearms Act controls. Has the basic design of stabilizing braces changed over the last 6 to 10 years?
The brace has been the same thing that I've done in 2012. It is a piece of rubber that attaches to the back of the firearm with 2 flaps and a strap, and it allows you to fire the weapon more safely. It does nothing to change the lethality of the firearm.
Okay, so why do you think ATF flip-flopped and then flip-flopped again on the decision process concerning the legality of the pistol brace accessory?
Because the political winds at the ATF changed.
Yep, 100%.
That's simply it. They needed to do something, anything, and the one thing that I think a lot of people wanted to talk about was the brace issue. And they talked about it, and the process through which they're doing it is this promulgation of regulation. And now, after I don't know how much time, I mean another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 months, 10 to 40 million Americans will be criminals.
Gentleman's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Holmes Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This question is for Mr. Wilcox. Mr. Wilcox, we're still early in the 118th Congress, and we've already had numerous hearings on public health emergencies, specifically fentanyl.
Fentanyl?
However, it is shocking that the first hearing on firearms held by this Congress does not address the fact that guns are the #1 cause of death for children in the United States.
Outside of abortion.
Now, that has been alluded to before in this hearing, but it should be noted that in 2020, for the first time, guns surpassed auto accidents as the leading cause of death in children. 6,000 children were killed or injured by firearms just last year in 2022. Our Republican colleagues don't focus on gun deaths. Instead, they are worried that the ATF is taking steps to better regulate short-barreled rifles, which they have had the authority to do for nearly a century. But let's get back to public health. Mr. Wilcox, how did guns get to be the leading cause of death for children in the United States?
Thank you for the question. I think it's because the other leading causes, automobiles, cancer, well, those are instances where we've innovated for safety. We've innovated for safety with laws, with regulations, with concrete industry action. The way we drive cars today is very different than how we drove it 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. And we've seen children's death from automobiles decrease dramatically as children's death from firearms continue a slow but steady increase. And so we need that same kind of attention to law, regulatory change, and industry effort if we're going to keep our kids safe.
Thank you, Mr. Wilcox. I do want to note for the record that North Dakota has a higher per capita murder rate than California. And there's a difference with cars because they are registered. I want that noted for the record. Mr. Wilcox, during the pandemic, we saw a surge in gun sales across the country. Mr. Wilcox, what effect did the surge on sales have in gun trafficking?
So the surge in gun sales also came with an exacerbation of existing loopholes and a dramatic spike in the speed of gun trafficking. In 2021, we saw guns move faster from dealer to crime scene than we really have at any time before in recent time. 54% of the crime guns that were recovered in 2021 were likely trafficked because they had been purchased within 3 years. And shockingly, 32% of the crime guns recovered in 2021 were purchased just a year before. So a third of the crime guns were purchased a year before. I think those are very troubling statistics, but they're also opportunities for intervention so that we can stop the flow of the iron pipeline. We can stop illegal gun trafficking.
Recently, the president promulgated an executive order on gun violence. That's been very much noted in the news. And ATF has been taking steps to pursue its mission to stem gun violence. So, Mr. Wilcox, how will these actions help stem the public health risks posed by guns to Americans across the country?
So I think that the president's most recent executive order is a home run for public safety. If I could touch on just one piece, it's to take a part of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act and direct the Attorney General to issue a clarifying regulation that will get as close to universal background checks as possible. And through that, we'll be able to take a major bite out of the marketplaces that gun traffickers go to acquire guns. The gun show loophole, the online sales loophole. That's what the president's getting at, and that is the potential to have a big win for public safety, to keep our kids safe and keep our communities safe.
Well, thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Luna for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here today. I just wanted to start out by saying that probably not just on this committee, but in the entire House of Representatives, I am the only member of Congress that has both survived an armed robbery, a home invasion, a gang shooting on my school campus, and I remember being a young girl and being brought to a cousin's funeral that had been murdered. She was shot. So when I hear people trying to turn this, which is a hearing on a stabilizing brace, into issues of gun violence and raising the topics and concerns of children and violence against children, I would like to remind people that in Washington, Chairman, if I could submit these for the record.
Paulina is awesome.
In Washington.
So moved.
Thank you. We are allowing for late-term abortion, and these babies were born alive. And my colleagues are not acknowledging that. So I just want to put that in perspective, that I don't believe that this is about protecting children. I believe that this is a political argument from people that have not gone through experiences and are seeking to use this platform to write legislation that's unconstitutional. So my following questions are for Ms. Sawyer. Do you believe that firearms and women that have firearms is apparently anti-woman?
Yeah, so this has been something that's been raised several times in this hearing, this idea that guns don't protect women. Of course they do. And I personally take offense at having my natural right to self-defense mansplained to me by members of this body who come to work every day, protected by armed men with guns, very much believing that those guns are keeping them safe. And I tend to agree with them that those guns are, in fact, a large component in keeping them safe. I would also point to the defensive gun use database that we run at Heritage. So many of those instances involve women who otherwise would have been at a physical and strength disadvantage, who were able to use essentially self-defense at a distance to take on and defend their rights in ways they otherwise would not have been able to.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Bosco. Mr. Bosco, as I'm sure you may know, one of the leading causes of death in this country is obesity. Do you believe that we should place a ban on spoons?
I don't think spoons should be regulated, but if they are regulated, it should be Congress that does it and not the FDA.
Do you believe that somehow controlling someone's spoon access is going to prevent them from becoming obese?
I don't believe that will make any difference, no.
Well, I'm so glad you've clarified, because clearly in this instance, and actually I'd like to follow up with one more question. For veterans that are disabled, would this law turn those veterans who have served their country, regardless of party affiliation, into criminals?
So this law will place burdens on every American who owns them, and it won't allow people to own this product without following through the process. So will veterans not be able to use the product? They will have to register their firearms and go through a burdensome process.
If a veteran is unaware that this has passed, would that turn that veteran into a criminal?
Well, anyone who doesn't read the where you can find all the regulations is not going to know about it, and they will be subject to a 10-year felony offense. So, and I don't know how many people read promulgation of regulation on their spare time. I know that a lot of us do here, but I can certainly tell you that there's a lot of gun owners in the United States that don't know anything about this.
What the ATF has done with this administration, with the weaponization of this agency to take something that is basically done to aid people that are disabled and then make this about protecting children from a majority of members who've never experienced gun violence and or seen the direct outcome of what happens when bad people obtain guns of which you will never be able to regulate, is not only an abuse of, I think, authority, but it's unconstitutional. I thank you for being here today, and Chairman, I yield my time.
Solid job.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Slaughter for 5 minutes.
I want to thank the activists who have stayed in.
Here comes another ass clown.
For gun safety, reasonable gun safety, and thank you for showing up today. I'm also sorry that you were targeted earlier. The same people that want to have you arrested and put in jail want to go to the DC jail this week to take the January 6th terrorists out, if you can believe that or not. Probably shouldn't be surprised that this hearing has deviated to include Hunter Biden's laptop. And for such a serious issue like this, I would encourage my colleagues to go through Hunter Biden's laptop on their own time. Whatever they want to see in there, they should do that on their own time and not when we have such an important topic like gun safety. I also have to just say, though, as the son of a police officer and a brother to 2 police officers, I'm a little surprised, especially growing up in a Republican family, that my colleagues have abandoned the position I've long known them to hold, which is to defend and protect the police. And instead, they have brought here a witness who said, fuck the cops. And they have among their ranks a colleague who sells campaign merchandise that says, defund the FBI. And the title of this is ATF's assault on the Second Amendment. This is a law enforcement agency charged with protecting the community. And so what we are really coming to find is that this gang is not interested in backing the blue. They're entirely interested in backing the coup. They don't stand up for the officers who protected us at the Capitol that day, and certainly by bringing witnesses here today that say fuck the cops, we know that that's exactly where they stand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited somebody like that. But what's really disturbing is that this hearing has gone way outside the mainstream, because most Americans believe that you should be able to own a firearm to protect yourself, that you should be able to own a firearm to take your kids hunting, and that you should be able to own a firearm to go to a range and shoot for sport. Most Americans agree with that. An organization called 97%, which only focuses on gun owners, has found that 78% of gun-owning Republicans want laws that restrict the ownership of a firearm if you've been committed of a violent crime. 70% of gun owners also want, according to 97%, red flag laws. Most of us live in the great big center where we think that we can protect our kids and protect the Second Amendment. What we're seeing here today is just chaos. They don't want solutions. They want chaos. They want to attack the people who are charged with protecting our community. And also, I always thought Republicans were, the self-proclaimed protector of free markets. But here, they seem to have a problem that a free market society that has banks would say, we don't want to bank with a certain individual. They had no problem when, in a free market, a baker said, I don't want to make a cake for a gay couple. Never stood up for that guy, but they're here to stand up for someone where a bank said, we don't want to do business with this particular client. I do want to ask you, Mr. Wilcox, if you wanted to respond to Mr. Jordan when he said and suggested the ATF does not meet with gun manufacturers and sellers. Do you have a response to that?
I think the ATF has an open door policy, both to the regulated industry and to interested members of the community. And I really do commend Director Dentelback and the ATF for taking that approach to really take in all views.
And I agree, they should do that. They should have open dialogue with manufacturers and sellers. Also, my colleague said earlier that, and suggested that Democrats do not have any lived experiences with firearms. And I know one person who ran for Congress because of a tragic lived experience with firearms. And if it's okay, I would yield my remaining time to Ms. McBath.
Boo-hoo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you yielding to me, my colleague from California. And I'd just like to say to my Republican colleague, to make a blanket accusation that others in this room have no relative experience with violence or gun violence other than you is definitely very premature. Since my son was murdered in 2012, I have spent every day, every hour, as many individuals in this room have, many of our experts, many of our survivors, many of the people that are sitting in this room working on this issue have far more, granted, probably have far more experience and relative knowledge about what it is going to take to change the culture of gun violence in this country. And we actively work on it every single day. So I really take offense to the language and to what you said. And I would hope that you would just think more candidly about the remarks that you make going forward, because as a survivor, I am very, very, I'll just say very disgusted by that remark. Thank you.
Yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To all of you, thanks for being with us this afternoon. Mr. Wilcox, we probably have gone through this, but I just need to clarify a couple points to help me make a point. And this is irregardless of the fact that many of my colleagues have, and a couple of the witnesses have already made the point that the laws of this land should be made by Congress, not by any federal agency. So I'll skip through that. Did you testify that a pistol brace will not change the capacity of a firearm?
I don't believe I was asked that question.
All right. Will a pistol brace change the capacity of a firearm?
What do you mean by capacity, sir?
The number of rounds.
No, sir.
Will a pistol brace change the firing speed of a firearm?
No, sir.
Will a pistol brace... Well, let me back up there just a minute. And so what I hear you saying is a pistol brace will not change the basic mechanisms of a firearm that makes it more dangerous.
No, sir. I don't think that's precisely correct.
Mr. Bosco, are you familiar with a Form 4473?
I am.
All right. Are you an FFL dealer?
I am.
Yeah. So am I. It's getting to be a smaller and smaller club.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we're here. On a Form 4473, there are basically two types of firearms referenced. Will you tell us what they are?
One is other. The other one, well, there's pistol, rifle, and there's other, or receiver is what we call it.
So depending on the form, long gun, handgun. Which of those is typically more regulated by the states?
Pistol.
And so we saw a diagram that Mr. Fry had here a while ago of a long gun and then of a pistol that had been made into a long gun.
Mm-hmm.
Can you help me think through the rationale of why anyone would want to make a gun, or would want to prevent us from making a gun that looked like and behaved like one that was less regulated? Is there some logic there that you can see that I cannot?
I've not seen much logic, with all due respect to everybody here, and I think the problem is that a lot of people really aren't informed about what is and is a pistol and what is and isn't a rifle. And frankly, it's very nuanced. So in their defense, it's hard to really understand all of this. So what I would say is that the product is a safety device. My colleague was talking about innovation for safety when it comes to vehicles, and that's what's helped vehicles be safer. Well, this is an innovation for safety for firearms. All it does is help you fire a large pistol more safely. It does nothing to change the lethality of the firearm. Mr. Cicilline as well showed the picture. It's a terrible thing that happened. But whether my product is on there or not changes nothing. And it hasn't changed anything for 10 years. All of a sudden now we're gonna say that a pistol is a short-barreled rifle. It's not the way things are done. If they wanna make that change, they can make that change through Congress. ATF should not be able to make and say that a firearm all of a sudden is something else. It's not the way it should work.
Thank you. And so what I heard here is that a pistol brace does not change the firing capacity of a short gun, and a pistol brace makes a short gun into a long gun, which is even less regulated, and that seems to defy logic. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Ms. Luna.
I just want to correct for the record, as words matter, especially here in Washington, that I did not say I was the only person, but I am definitely the only person that has those listed experiences. So to take my words out of context, I'm not in the business of listening to if people are offended. I'm in the business into finding the facts, and the facts is that I have one job, and that is to uphold and defend the Constitution, and for people to try to take that and then use this position, clearly that, again, I will reiterate that we are focusing on a brace, not gun violence, and the rest of these topics and rabbit trails that they're going down. The point is that bad people will always obtain guns, and regulating the rights of law-abiding citizens to do other than that is not going to do anything but enable the bad guys.
Chair recognizes Representative Frost.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I'm glad to hear that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I've heard it said time and time again, are very concerned about the overreach of government. And I want to give a suggestion. We should look at a state where government is very much overreaching. My state of Florida, where our Governor Ron DeSantis is abusing the power of the state to target people who disagree with him. And so if folks want to talk about government overreach, I suggest going to where it is the worst, in fascist Governor DeSantis. I'll also say this. We heard people talking about, folks talking about disabled veterans, which is an incredibly important issue to me, as my father and a lot of folks in my families are veterans. I come from a military family. But I just want to state for the record, no disabled veteran group submitted public comment about the ATF rule as an issue. And when we reached out to these groups, they advised that they do not intend on taking that position. Mr. Wilcox, do you want to speculate why they're not wanting to comment on this?
I'm reticent to speak for another organization, but I'd have to guess that it's because they don't see it as a disabled veterans issue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilcox, how many people did we lose last year due to gun violence?
There was 48,830 people killed by guns in this country last year.
I know we lose 100 lives a day due to gun violence. Hundreds are shot a day, and thousands survive shootings. Is that correct, Mr. Wilcox?
That's right, and my numbers actually were for 2021, not
For
last year.
Over time, is this problem getting worse, or is it getting better?
Sadly and tragically, it is getting worse. The rate of gun deaths has increased 39% from 2012 to 2021.
Does the premise of this hearing get us any closer to solving gun violence?
I think at times we've talked about the value of ATF and common sense gun laws, but I think the premise itself does not get us, of the hearing, much closer to the solutions that we need to this gun violence epidemic.
I just heard one of my colleagues bring up the fact that this hearing's about a brace and it's not about gun violence or victims or anything like that. And I think it goes to show just how much people don't understand what it means to take a step back and look at an issue holistically. And that's why this is about everything. It's about victims. It's about the brace. It's about the families. It's about the fact that if you have a child in this country and God forbid they die before the age of 18, the most likely reason is because they were shot to death in this country in 2023. You know, I plan on acknowledging three people. Both of them are not in this room anymore. folks who I've worked with and that I know, Manny and Patricia Oliver, who lost their son, Joaquin Oliver, in the Parkland shooting. To lose a child to gun violence, to see the photos of your child sitting in a pool of blood, I can't imagine that. You know, Manny and Patricia have dedicated their lives to fighting for a world where true justice can be achieved, because unfortunately, there is no justice for the dead, and true justice is ensuring that this never happens again. I fight alongside Manny and Patricia Oliver. I believe that they are American heroes, and what they always say is they don't want their son Joaquin to be remembered as a victim. They want him to be remembered as an activist. And today, Republicans on this committee chose to sit in front of those parents and the survivors and organizers and advocates that are in the audience right now, people who are reliving their trauma, listening through this, people impacted by gun violence across the nation, and show that their priority is gun lobby money, manufacturers who profit off death, and creating fake narratives for political gain. Again, the leading cause of death for kids in America is guns. And today's hearing is about distracting the people from the truth. They want you to believe that the greater threat is the ATF and not the facts that are in front of us. We heard one of my colleagues bring up facts. Let's look at the facts, and I just said them. 100 people a day. And I know it's easy to say a number and forget that behind every number, there's a human. There's a Joaquin Oliver. Enough is enough, not one more. And to all the organizers, advocates, survivors, and families here today, I'm so sorry that you've had to sit through this hearing. I'm so sorry that you had to see what happened outside to Manny and Patricia, who are just fighting for a world where no other parents have to go through what they went through. And I, for one, believe this has nothing to do with policy and everything to do with politics. And I won't be listening to another second of it, and I wouldn't blame you all if you made the same decision. I yield back.
Chair recognizes
little bitch
Representative Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce for the record a copy of a bill, H.R. 1678, titled the Protecting Legal Firearms Ownership Act of 2023. This bill was given to staff prior to the committee, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous
Without objection.
consent that- Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, evil is not born in the mechanisms of man, it's born in the heart of man. Been a lot of passionate discussion here today. Let's call it that. There's no such thing as gun violence, ladies and gentlemen. It's only human violence. It's intellectually unsound to assign an act of violence to a mechanism of man. So we are an assemblage of people, and sometimes it's quite inconvenient to my colleagues that lean left, that we live in a representative republic, and we are a constitutionalist nation. So the Constitution doesn't say a lot of things we wish it would. Does say some things that others don't like. But it most certainly grants every free American the right to keep and bear arms. It says that right shall not be infringed. We have a balance of power, Mr. Chairman, as the founders intended, between the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch. And the executive branch is intended to have broad and sweeping authorities. When you have an executive branch that abuses that authority, you don't change the authority, you change the executive. That's what elections are for, and that's what we'll do. So in the meantime, we're responding to ATF oppression of our Second Amendment rights very calmly and judiciously, because we have that right as American citizens to uphold our right to keep and bear arms. That's what this legislation does. Biden administration, with the stroke of a pen through an ATF rule, is forcing Americans into felony possession of illegal firearms with the stroke of that pen. So this legislation maintains the legal possession and ownership of a firearm or a firearm attachment according to the rule regime that existed when it was legally owned and possessed. Pretty simple response to the oppression we're seeing out of the federal government. Ms. Swearer, thank you for being here. Do you recognize that the founders intended to give broad authority to the executive branch?
No, the authority of the executive branch, just as for all branches of government, is fairly limited, and certainly the executive branch is not tasked with such broad authority to create or pass or legislate laws into existence, just to enforce those.
Solid answer. We can debate about that when we have more time. I would suggest that the language of the Constitution does indeed. That is why I call it executive authority. There's no votes, there's no legislation passed, there's no judicial procedure. It's executive authority. So when that executive authority is abused and infringes upon our constitutional rights, do we not, as Americans, you're a constitutionalist, good lady, I'm sure, do we not, as Americans, have the right to respond and stand for our rights?
Well, certainly the congressional branch has the opportunity to respond with both other branches for checks and balances.
We can write legislation, but individual Americans have that right to stand, correct?
We certainly have the right to.
What I'm getting at with this is that Americans were left out of this loop. They purchased a weapon legally. They went to their gun dealer, they gave their information, they had their background checked, they purchased their weapon, they brought it home, they've committed no crime, and yet they've been criminalized by the Biden ATF. And my colleagues across the aisle can deny that if they want to. But what I just stated is fact. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for allowing me to participate in today's joint committee hearing, and I yield.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Dean. Mr. Dean? Ms. Dean, sorry.
Ms. Dean.
Hi.
How you doing? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition, and I'm glad to be here in this august room. I just think that the title of this subcommittee hearings is really way off base. Instead of ATF's assault on the Second Amendment, when is enough enough? I think this should be called Defund and Dissolve the ATF.
Okay,
and I
do
would
it.
put in a subtitle of When is Enough Gun Violence and Slaughter Enough in this country for us to do something about it. I'm a bit perplexed by the posture of this hearing as I've been observing it. You know, for the better part of 2 years, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made it a point to highlight the elevated risk rates of violent crime in this country, which we have suffered since 2020. They're not wrong to raise that issue. Analysis by the Brennan Center shows that the murder rate increased by roughly 30% and assaults increased by 10%. 75% of murders in 2020 were committed with a firearm. In the following year, 2021, nearly 49,000 Americans were killed by gun violence. Let's put that into perspective. Over the course of 20 years of war in both Afghanistan and Iraq, sadly, 7,000 U.S. service members were killed. In just 1 year, we lost 7 times that number of American civilians to gun violence. It is the ATF's job to help us address this uniquely American disaster. ATF is the federal law enforcement agency tasked with ensuring gun sellers and manufacturers that they are following the law. And it is the agency tasked with investigating and preventing firearms trafficking.
Law enforcement can't
And it is
create
the
law.
agency's responsibility for tracing firearms found at crime scenes. The ATF's job essentially is saving lives from gun violence. And yet some of my Republican colleagues have introduced legislation to abolish or defund, doing both, this critical agency. I am dumbfounded. No one who is serious about stemming the scourge of violent crime would make such an appeal. Mr. Wilcox, if you would you, let's take a look at a couple things. We had the ATF in front of a caucus And the director of the ATF told us that they are struggling because they are severely underfunded and therefore cannot efficiently do their job to
highest
protect
funding ever
American
in
lives.
history.
Could you speak to that part of ATF's burden?
He's not ATF.
ATF has been underfunded for years, and I think thankfully this Congress finally changed that last appropriation cycle, where they were appropriated $1.7 billion, which was a 14% increase, and included a $75 million appropriation to build a new crime gun tracing facility out in Kansas. An event that the director was at, along with Senate Republican Senator Moran, showing the bipartisan nature of funding ATF when there's real desire to fight crime and prevent gun violence.
Yes, and I hope we don't undo that. Last year, ATF took action to reduce the prevalence of ghost guns, particularly difficult in my southeastern region of Pennsylvania, guns that lack a serial number and cannot be traced by law enforcement. Why are ghost guns a particular threat to our public safety?
Look, ghost gun parts and the companies that sell them was a kind of money-making endeavor to get around the gun safety laws and create a product that was untraceable, perfectly designed for gun traffickers or those who wish to avoid a background check or detection. It makes law enforcement's job incredibly difficult because when a ghost gun is recovered at a crime scene, you can't tell who made it, who sold it, who first purchased it. And so the trail can run dry in an investigation right off the bat, and you can't actually identify the gun trafficking channels that are funneling guns into our cities.
I thank you for that. Again, this was about ATF's assault on the Second Amendment. I wonder if any of the panelists, do you represent the ATF? Anybody here on behalf of the ATF?
Well, Wilcox
I find
thinks
it
he is.
strange that we would have such a hearing about ATF's alleged assault on the Second Amendment without bothering to ask.
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I won't. Thank you. Without bothering to ask ATF. With that, I yield the remainder of my time.
To Mr. Biggs? Oh, okay. Chair recognizes Mr. Roy.
Thank my colleague from Texas, and
Here we go.
I would simply note, and I just came from another hearing, I know we've got votes coming on the floor, the extraordinary concern that we have with bureaucrats making law, right? I mean, that's at the crux of this. When we talk about guns, we could talk about putting bad guys in jail. I'll do that in a minute. But at the crux of this is a bureaucrat making a unilateral decision to try to turn millions of Americans into felons, to advance a radical leftist agenda, which is clearly what is at play. And I wonder if, Ms. Swear, if you could comment to the extent you already haven't, but just to reiterate, the extent to which the unilateral action by bureaucrats at an agency, at ATF, to do what Congress has not done, how that is clearly in violation of our separation of powers principles at play.
So our Constitution, as you mentioned, is set up with separated powers. You have the executive branch whose job is to enforce the law, and you have Congress who passes laws because Congress is held accountable to the people. They are the ones who are elected. No official at the ATF is, or any other agency, is elected and held accountable through the democratic process.
And you believe the ATF has abused its rulemaking authority here?
Yes, and it has done so in a way that infringes on rights without the American people having a process by which to recall those appointees.
And so therefore, is it your position that the rulemaking in question is in fact unconstitutional and unlawful?
Yes, in several capacities.
And therefore, it being applied to American citizens would be unlawful and unconstitutional, and therefore Congress, in its duty and separation of powers, has an obligation to check that overrun executive branch. Would the gentlelady agree?
I would, yes.
Well, I appreciate that. And, I would note, I heard one of my Democratic colleagues earlier, complaining that if we were to go after individuals who are violent criminals, that somehow that would put more people in prison. Yes, that is in fact the goal and the objective of that effort, is if people are violating the law and they are violent and they are a danger to society, then yes, I want them to be in prison. And as a former federal prosecutor who prosecuted bad guys with guns under Project Safe Neighborhoods, a bipartisan effort to try to target criminals who are using guns to carry out violent acts and crime against the American people, yes, I put bad guys in jail. And I'm glad. I'm glad. I hope we can put more bad guys in jail. But I don't want to put law-abiding citizens in jail who
are exercising their Second Amendment rights and being able to defend themselves in their communities. And yet, that's what we're having an executive branch bureaucrat unilaterally decide to do. This should send shivers down the spine of all members of Article 2. And look, I don't view this through the lens of it being a Democratic administration. I didn't like it when the Trump administration was doing stuff like this. Whether it was the bump stock ban, I didn't like that either. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle no doubt loved that because they loved the policy outcome. I thought that was bad. I thought it was bad that you go down the road of using executive power with respect to building a wall, which I support. I do support building a wall, but I don't support unending use of emergency powers to carry out that kind of executive action. And I introduced legislation in the previous administration to address that. Because I think we should actually, on a bipartisan basis, try to stand up against the overreach of the executive branch. And in fact, it is our duty in Congress to do so, irrespective of which party is holding power in the executive branch. I would only ask one last question to Mr. Bosco. When you were involved with the creation, development of the stabilizing brace, in your wildest dreams, did you think a bureaucrat would try to say that you didn't have a Second Amendment right to be able to use that? And could you please extol and accentuate the benefits of the brace?
I never would have thought that ATF would unilaterally make a decision through the bureaucratic process to ban my product. Again, and as I said before, that's up to you guys. That's not up to a bureaucratic agency. The product was designed, again, as a safety product, an orthotic device. It changes nothing on the firearm. I have no disagreement with ATF's ability to do their job of putting criminals in prison, but I don't think anybody on this side should agree to give the ATF the authority to unilaterally make a product illegal and circumvent the legislative process. That's the only reason I'm here to talk about with you guys, is to say that. I don't want ATF to do that. If you want to do that, then you do that. But don't let an executive agency circumvent your power, your authority.
With that, I yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Khanna. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to use my 5 minutes to speak about what happened in this room earlier.
Oh, jeez.
Manuel and Patricia Oliver were here. They lost their son to gun violence. As a parent, anyone knows that that is the most painful thing that can happen to a human being. Now, I'm not going to say that their disruption shouldn't have been handled, but we need to, in this country, have some empathy. We need to have some understanding for people who've lost their child. I felt the same way, by the way, about the woman who testified here and lost 2 of her children to fentanyl. And I said, we need to have empathy for someone who's coming to the United States Congress and borne grief of the most unspeakable kind. And so if they curse or if they are angry, let's understand where that anger and pain is coming from. This is not about debating policy. We can have policy disagreements. This is about human empathy for a family who has faced enormous grief, regardless of where you stand.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
How in the world do I know? I didn't know that woman. I didn't know. I have empathy for anyone that loses a child. I have children. I had no idea who she was. She was disrupting the hearing. She was asked to stop. She continued, and then she was removed, and then she ended up re-entering. I don't know. She was a stranger to me.
Mr. Chair, I'm not questioning your motives, actually, and we've been on committees together. We've had conversation. One of the things I'm hoping you'll ask is, my understanding is that the father here was actually arrested, and I hope you would echo on a bipartisan basis that he should not be arrested for that, and that someone who has lost their son, that they should at least, yes, okay, they disrupted the hearing, but come on, to arrest them for that. And I think
I believe that he wasn't arrested for just leaving. I don't know what happened in the hallway, He might have been resisting. I don't know. I can't speak to that.
Well,
they weren't arrested. We did not request their arrest. We just requested their removal.
Well, I think
what happened in the hallway, I can't speak to.
You know, I think what would be helpful, Mr. Chairman, and I know Chairman Gallagher did this in protests in the China Committee, is if you would consider making a statement that given their grief and given what they've been through, that they should not be arrested. I mean, we can look at the circumstances. I can't imagine they did something that was not simply based on human emotion for losing their child. And I guess this is my broader point, Mr. Chairman, is this obviously we're divided in this room about what the gun policy should be. You know, all the Democrats believe we need more regulations. The Republicans are saying, no, we don't need those regulations. And this is divided. The country is divided. And I acknowledge that division. And I'm not saying, okay, one side has the full monopoly on the truth. We're a divided nation on issue after issue. But there has got to be some sense, even as divided as we are, of human civility, of coming together as Americans, of recognizing tragedy, of recognizing loss, of recognizing pain. You know, the way this committee came together, frankly, when the ranking member, Raskin, had issues and the committee came together. Can't we come together as people in a human way of tragedy, regardless of our view on guns? That's all I'm asking from this committee and from you, Mr. Chair, and to acknowledge that people who are here, many of them have suffered unbearable loss. And even if you believe, even if you're a gun rights, total Second Amendment believer, I know people understand the pain.
Sorry.
And they probably understand why those individuals want stronger gun laws, even if they disagree with that. Let's acknowledge that pain. Let's respect that pain. Let's respect the anger and anxiety out there. And let's do that in a bipartisan way.
Will the gentleman
yield for a second?
Thanks, Mr. Khan, and I do appreciate that because we work together on a lot of things. We have a lot of agreement on a lot of issues, and I'll speak for myself. I do have empathy for people who've had an unspeakable loss. I don't think either one of us knew who either of those people were, but I will tell you that the gentleman has a history of disrupting and being arrested. He was arrested at President Biden's event for the same conduct. And I don't know why he was arrested ultimately, Mr. Khanna, but I mean, we can empathize, but we also have to understand that does not give license to pursue that type of conduct. And I yield back to you, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Longworthy.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank all of our witnesses for being here today to discuss the crucial need to uphold the Second Amendment. And I know our witnesses today and many of my colleagues will agree that the right to bear arms is one that we must do everything in our power to uphold and defend for the American people that elected us. Now, Mr. Laverzeri, are you at all familiar with the ATF's Form 4473, the firearms transaction record?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the evolution of this document?
So this began in the Gun Control Act, right, which is what established federal firearms licensees to begin with. And originally this document, you'd effectively just attest that you were non-prohibited. Of course, over time, what makes an individual prohibited has expanded rapidly. But for right now, I guess your question is what do you include in the document? So personal identifying information, name, address, a proof of a piece of ID, and then the firearms that are to be transferred.
Okay. I believe it started off as a one-page document. It's now a 7-page document, and I will say that even when I tried to download it, it took a very long time. The ATF has made it very hard to acquire the document, and you need certain system requirements, and then you have to go through several hoops just to download it, and I hear a lot of feedback from our constituents on that. Can you speak to the language in the document?
I can mostly from memory, yes.
Okay. You know, constituents in my district have said that it's become so complex that it's deterring people from obtaining and purchasing weapons.
So the instructions are certainly very obtuse, right? There are yes and no questions on the front. They ask for identifying information. They ask for identification on the firearm. Then there's a whole additional box whether or not you picked it up on the day of purchase. So it can be quite complicated, especially in jurisdictions where you have a mandatory waiting period.
Do you believe that the agenda of the ATF was to make the document a deterrent for law-abiding citizens to purchase firearms?
I believe that the Gun Control Act was pretty facially a deterrent to the interstate transfers in arms.
Now I want to move on and talk about pistol braces. Mr. Bosco, we have all heard the story about why you created the pistol brace. And innovation like yours is what makes this country exceptional, and we applaud it. Why would the ATF impose rules against your pistol brace?
I mean, I can't speak specifically to why or what the ATF did. I do know that it is a political issue. So essentially, the political winds at ATF changed after 10 years, and they decided that that was something that they were going to go after. We do understand that there were people, there was a transition team involved when Trump finished his presidency, and there was a Biden transition team that went into ATF and requested ATF asked them what things should we be working on, and those were the points that President Biden pointed out in his first speech about firearm regulation in his first weeks in office.
Well, I do know that constituents of mine, specifically returning veterans who go to ranges, think it is an absolutely great innovation. It is very helpful to them in their lives.
I texted them.
And lastly, Ms. Swearer, do you think that the recent ATF rules that are allegedly meant to deter crime might be leading Americans to obtain weapons in illegal fashion?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood that question.
Okay, some of the various ATF rules and regulations that have been put on the books in the last several years do you believe that they've been intended to make our law-abiding gun owners and purchasers appear to be acting in an illegal fashion?
Well, I'm not sure that the intent is to make it look that way, but in practice, that is what happens. Is you have law-abiding, peaceable citizens who, especially in the case of this pistol brace rule, are sitting there with their lawfully obtained firearms, and then a lot of times even without their knowledge, because they're not paying attention to what goes on in regulatory rulemaking processes. Overnight, they are now felons, whether they recognize it or not. So in practice, regardless of what the intent is, in practice, this is not directed at violent criminals. It is directed at and has the effect of creating criminals out of peaceable citizens.
That's great. In my home state of New York, many regulations have been put on the books that have drastically deterred legal gun dealers from selling to law-abiding citizens in preventing them from purchasing arms. Can you speak to what ridiculous gun regulations are doing to the law-abiding gun owners and legal gun dealers?
Again, I would say, I know that time is essentially expired,
Sure.
but to summarize, it has that same effect regardless of what the intent is. In practice, the biggest impact that it has is to create criminals where there were not criminals previously. It's not directed at violence or violent crime.
Thank you very much. And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, we're going to recess and reconvene immediately after votes. So I'd say about 10 minutes after votes, and we are now in recess.
Bathroom break.
Hot mic.
You're drinking more water than I am.
Gotta love hot mics. All right, so recess while they go vote, and then they'll be back right after the vote. Yeah. Let me know what you guys and gals, if you want me to keep going. We are almost 4 hours into this, 3 hours, 53 minutes. I will keep going live if you want, because I think people should know this stuff. There are 7,000, almost 8,000 people in here right now. Please hit the like button. YouTube is not showing this willingly. People have to find it and dig for it. And if we hit the the thumbs up and share it, then it goes through that algorithm a little more, and it's more difficult for them to suppress the truth. So please help the channel in that endeavor, and like the video, share the video, and please subscribe to Guns and Gadgets while you're doing that if you haven't already. And if you are, check it, because YouTube does that thing every now and then. Excuse me. I had to get coffee because listening to the Democrats was actually putting me to sleep. shameless plug, Blackout Coffee, one of the 2 sponsors of this live stream, as well as TriStar Trading. Links, I've been putting them into the comments there. They're in the description of every video. I want to thank Blackout and TriStar for being willing to help me do this. So it means a lot. All right, keep it going. People seem to want to keep it going. I will keep it going. That was that easy. Sorry about the phone call in the middle of it. It was my wife, for those who just joined or joined late. She's in Florida dealing with the funeral of her mom. So the funeral just got over, and she called to talk to me. And sorry that it was an interruption, but not sorry that she called. So we'll just leave it like that. Tough week here. Tough couple of weeks for us. So I appreciate y'all for being here and watching and helping us through this tough time. It means a lot. Thank you. Kevin, we the people don't consent to the World Economic Forum globalist agenda. Amen, bro. Amen. Oh, sorry. Great background noise while I work, even if it's not great for my blood pressure. How do you think I feel, man? I'm sitting here like ready to choke my camera. That's crazy. Yeah, Matt. Oops. Matt's being ignored. It is what it is. They don't. The Democrats will never go to him, and he is a well-spoken cat. That could also be intimidating to some. I don't like how they dug back and used his tweet, although they're okay with using that against him. I don't like that it did, but when somebody else brings up their First Amendment on their other, on the right side of the aisle, that they get all upset. And Matt's tweet had nothing to do with what they're talking about today. So, yeah. Jason, thank you so much. Yeah, I got a couple people who messaged that said, "Hey, Mr. Guns and Gear knows they use this video." I was texting them. If you noticed when that was going on, I texted Mike. I texted Ken Scott of Provectus Group, Clint from Classic Firearms, a couple others, and just wanted them to know because their phones were blowing up. Wanted them to know what it was. Ivan, thank you. Thanks for those who are. Man, it means so much to me. Thank you, guys. I'm not going to really talk about it too much because I will get emotional. So I'm going to just down some hot coffee and burn my face. 1776 blend, by the way. It's dark roast. If you're a dark roast person, it's one of the 2 roasts that support the channel, 1776 and 2A. You usually see them right here, but I'm moving everything. Also, I'm up for an idea. There's people are dropping off because they're in recess, but there's still 7,000 people here. They're crooked. My bad. I have the Constitution, the Declaration, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. I'm not taking these to Tennessee because I have a better version of them. Give me an idea what I should do with them. Any thought you have? If it's a solid thought, email it to me. And in the description, in the subject line, put founding documents. That way it'll stand out from the crowd and I'll focus on them. I don't want to throw them away, but I'm thinking there's something I might be able to do somehow to help somebody, benefit something. And I figured there's a lot of people watching now, and a lot of people will watch this on the replay. Let me know if you have a good idea of that. Because I think 7,000 people putting their heads together is a lot better than one person who's stressed out drinking coffee and hasn't slept more than 3 hours in about 3 weeks. So, Elijah, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you all. So, raffle. I don't know. Let's see what some of the ideas are. But I can't express enough, guys, how much I appreciate y'all being here, watching this, and actually taking an interest in how government works to see the slime behind the curtain. This is something that I've always paid attention to, always watched, and to be able to get more people to get involved and understand it, to me, is one of the goals of doing this channel. It's one of the reasons I keep pushing through it, and I'm so glad that you guys and gals are doing it. And if you could help me get more people involved, that would be awesome. Like it, share it, subscribe, talk to people about it. The water cooler, and I think more people need to get involved. I think we've gotten this far off kilter, off of our axis, because people just didn't care anymore. And I think we can change that. Thank you, guys and gals. Care, you guys are awesome. Werewolf, sincerely sorry about your family's loss. I've been enjoying the smooth finish blend. Donate to the public library. Yeah, I don't. So the town I live in, well, part-time now in Massachusetts, the library wouldn't do anything with it if you can read between the lines. I mean, we just literally gave them several thousands of dollars worth of DVDs. I had a huge collection of like some, Scarface, Star Wars, a ton of stuff, all the Disney ones from the kids were little, and they were happy to take those. But for something like that, I don't think they'll have much interest in that, to be honest with you. Send them the demo. Yeah, they need a reminder. Yeah, they're literally down the street from the actual documents, so they could just walk 4 blocks or have their people drive them there. Those well-armed people. Amazing. So, if I can find that, go back to it. Auction them off, give the money to GOA. That's a good idea. I might do that. I'll be with GOA in a couple weeks talking about some strategy stuff, so maybe I'll bring that up to them. I saw a good comment here. Here it is. The ATF director not being there is so predictable and disgraceful. All right, so this is a hearing. This is testimony. This is an event governed by rule of law and rules of the hearing. Hearsay is some information given by a third party or about a third party or not direct evidence that you learned on your own. And with this Wilcox this Wilcox clown from Everytown, say that 9 times fast, with him answering on behalf of the ATF and like pumping their brakes and having their little love child is nothing short of blasphemous. This guy is not ATF. He should not be answering questions directed for them or to say how they're operating or how they help in law enforcement investigations and how states benefit from that. This dude is he's an ass clown. He's a Peter Puffer. He's horrible. But Dettelbach will be before Congress next month, and I will be covering that live. So stay tuned for that. That will happen, and I'm gonna have that live. So stay tuned for that one. But awesome, good comment. Send them the demo reps. They need a reminder. Yeah, I already hit that one. That's a good one. Auction them for the VFW. Good idea. Print out the other one. Yeah, right. Exactly. Jason, silent auction, all proceeds to GOA FPC. It's a good idea. David, thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. Done in my best Hannah Barron accent. I appreciate y'all. David, thank you for doing what you're doing. No, thank you for watching. Still almost 7,000 people here. You guys are rocking. Just to have the interest in what's going on, my hat is off to you. Much respect. We are the few, believe me when I tell you that. Raffle them off, donate them. So this is something I was thinking of before I even, like when I sat down before I started, I was trying to think of things to do with this. And if you live in Johnson City, in and around it, or know somebody, I don't know, I can make phone calls and find this out myself, but if you know somebody who would think they might benefit from this, let me know. Some group. Because they're not special. I mean, they're special, but I got them on Amazon and I just had them double matted. I spent, I think, $80, $90 on the documents, and it was like $400 to have them matted. But I think they can benefit somebody or something, and I'd like to figure out how to do that. David, I said that. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. This thing, I can't keep up with the chat right now. Thank you for all you do to help us stay informed. You're a true patriot. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Z, keep it going. I'm gonna keep it going, man. That's all I know how to do. Wow, it's Motor Rhino. That's a good one. The donation is from those that can't afford to donate. Would appreciate it. Thank you, man. That's very, very kind and very caring. Thank you very much. That's solid. Local high school history teacher. Not here in Massachusetts. Hell no. Nope. I agree with you. They're terrible. Bonnie. The two individuals witnesses sworn in their testimony. Yes, they all were. And for people who got here late, at the beginning I told you who these people were, but I will do a quick refresher. Let me get their exact titles because I like to be accurate. So Amy Swearer, the female on the panel, she's the senior legal fellow from the Heritage Foundation. She's extremely smart. The gentleman in the middle, has the same hairdo I do, that's my buddy Alex Bosco. The creator, the inventor of the pistol brace, also started SB Tactical. You might have heard of that. He's also very involved in the group FRAC. Then Matt LaRosiere, you might know him as Fudbusters. He is a 2A attorney. He's here representing part of his group. He's a partner of the Zerme LaRosiere group. He also does work with the Second Amendment Foundation. Previously, he did work with Firearms Policy Coalition. And then the clown that all the Democrats go to, his name is Rob Wilcox. He's the federal legal director for Everytown for gun safety. Yet they've kind of like elevated him to the public integrity, not the public integrity because they don't have integrity, the public information officer of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. So that is your panel. Let me go back to here so I can see when they come back. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Please hit that like, guys and gals. Please get that through this glass ceiling that YouTube puts up for the truth. That'd be cool. Tons of, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Happy to have you in Tennessee. We got some great hog hunting right now. I will be back in Tennessee in a week and a half. And then I do have to come back here for a couple final things before we're all done. Can't friggin' wait. Let me see. I'll go make me bigger here while we wait for them. I'll do this one. Okay. Mike should sign them and then auction them off for GOA. I don't mind auctioning them off. I don't think I'm worthy of autographing anything. Like, I was just at an event and somebody asked me to sign their hat. So I asked him, I said, how much was your hat? And he said, it was like $25. I said, you realize by me signing it, it's going to be worth like 2 pennies. But yeah, man, if I'll ask GOA, maybe we'll do something together. A couple hours from Johnson City, so nice, awesome. I'm here to see ATF get their PP smacked. Well, ATF didn't show up today, shocker, but their mouthpiece from Everytown is there. And I'm going to say this publicly because there's a solid chance that one of my friends from GOA is watching, whether it's Aiden or Eric or everybody else. If I went down the list, people would be clicking off. If you guys and gals have an idea of how these 3 founding documents can benefit you at GOA, that's what we're going to do. We're going to benefit GOA. Let me know. You guys know my number. Just wait till the live stream's over. Call me. Let's get together. Let's hook this up, and let's make some moolah to fight this BS. How about that? Let's see. Cool. Man, you guys and Cal, you're killing it on the comments here. That would help a lot. Yep, we've addressed the 88-day trap, and all proved out to be true. Hey, Jared, thank you for all you do. Subject of hearings. The last public hearing started at 8:30 this morning. Universal. Okay. You'll be hearing in Washington State. Yes, I know. It's unfortunate. I think it's going to pass, but I know there will be things after if it passes. If you know what I mean. Donate to your local VFW. I will. I'll find something to help the VFW with, but I think we're going to help GOA with this. Well, it needs to be put on an AR in front of them. Yeah. I'd be afraid of that. Just like the prosecutor in the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. Jojo says, keep up the great work. Thank you, Jojo. Keep up the watching. I greatly appreciate it. Jared, what is the vote for to stop ATF's rule or what? Oh, the vote they're going to? It's some piece of legislation that's being voted on the floor. That's their job. They have to go to that, and then when it's done, they go back to their hearings. That's what that's for. Otherwise, whatever side wanted a bill to pass, then they could plan a hearing so that the opposition would be stuck in the hearing and get their stuff passed. So think of it that way. Mark, thank you, sir. Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you. Appreciate you. Sign them. I guess I could. Thank you, thank you. I missed this guy's name who is testifying. Who is he? Mark Is it Mark? It's Wilcox, but yeah, Rob Wilcox. You might have seen him before in a circus because he's a clown. G, welcome to the JC area. I grew up there and currently live in urban and National Range. No, I haven't. And that's one thing. So if you guys and gals live in the East Tennessee area, in Johnson City area, let me know where I can go shoot. I haven't had the opportunity to look into ranges or anything yet. So send me an email. Don't put it in here because I'll miss 95% of these comments because they're ripping by. Send me an email. Just put like JC ranges in the subject because I definitely need to find a new place. Let's see. Any events in Texas? I just came back from Texas. Actually, it was in Uvalde for the Gundies, and then not long before that, I was at the USCC Expo. I've been to Texas quite a few times in the last 6, 7, 8 months, but I will be back there. We're working on something. There's a couple other events coming up. I'm just waiting for them to finalize their dates. Let's see. No one mentioned in some states there is no NFA allowed. Oh yeah, nobody's mentioned it, but that's a fact. For those folks, max infringe, they can't comply. Yes, that is a big issue with this. And while it hasn't been mentioned today, it has absolutely been mentioned in the lawsuits. So rest assured. Do you know if the ATF was asked to appear? I don't. So I've dug and dug. In fact, I was talking with John Patton from the Gun Collective before we came on. I was looking, and I couldn't find anything about who they asked, if they asked, and what the responses were from ATF. So I would like to believe that they would ask a representative from the agency to appear. But with Dettelbach definitely appearing next month, maybe they were like, look, this is, I don't know, maybe that's when they went. Maybe they didn't do a summon for him, just asked him to appear on his own and told him no. Brady, thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, I needed this kick too, man. It's kicking in right now. I can smell colors right now. All right. Somebody, House bill vote today. I saw it. Flip through and try to find this comment. They might know what it is because I'm not paying attention because I'm doing this. House bill, where did it go? Oh, parents' right in public schools. That's what they're voting on. So that's, yeah. Definitely, they should go vote on that. Terry, perhaps have you and some of the other YouTubers and 2A defenders from GOA and FPC sign them and auction them. You know, that's a good idea. However, honestly, going to see these people in person and having them sign this or sending this document all over the country would prove to be a large pain in the derriere, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't have the time to do it right now with everything I got going on. So unless we were at an event and everybody was present, it's probably going to be more of a detractor. Have you ever thought of doing a Jerry Lewis type 24-hour nonstop live stream raising money for GOA? I haven't. I could. I'd be willing to do it, but I would demand that some of the guys and gals at GOA join me to keep me awake and to suffer along with me. I'd absolutely do that. If you guys have, if there's interest in that, email or hit GOA. Hey, let's see what we can do here. If there's interest in that, mention that in a direct message to GOA on their Instagram. And if there's enough people that hit them up in the next 15, 20 minutes, I guarantee I get a phone call and we work it out. And Eric, that's for you, my friend. Should do a video talking about the suits in Connecticut. I believe I did, or I mentioned them in a different video. I'll have to double check, but I know Holly and CCDL and a couple other groups are looking at that. But I know Holly and her group are kicking ass right now. Unicoi, that's right over the mountain. Okay, I was looking at a house in Unicoi. Christian, do me a favor. Can you email that to me? GunsandGadgets@charter.net. I am not going to remember that. I'm just being honest with you. Like today is the last 3 weeks. I'm not going to remember that. It's been rough, man. Send them to Brandon. Well, if Brandon answers my text, we might be together in about 10 days. There you go. Big Holly down at CCDL kicking ass. You guys are lucky in Connecticut to have Holly as the head of CCDL. I know her personally. I love her. She's kick-ass. You are lucky to have her as the head of CCDL. She works nonstop. I've seen her work 25, 30 hours straight. I've spent many a conversation late night with her. She is awesome. She is awesome. And so is Mary Forges. She's helps out with CCDL. She's also the Connecticut rep for DC Project. Those two women are kicking ass in Connecticut, and you guys and gals are lucky to have them. You really, really are. All right, let's see. This is a good one. Come on, man. Buy a shotgun. Just fire a blast. He's a jackass. Connecticut 2A channel. What's the email again? Pretty easy, man. Jared. Actually, that one's done. Guns and Gadgets. Just the channel. Guns and spell out and GunsandGadgets at charter.net. And now that I'm saying that out loud, we're going to have to change that for when I move to Tennessee. So it'll probably be, I'll have to work on that this week. James says, I'm disabled vet. Thank you for your service, James. Mad respect. I got out 30 years ago. Never even owned a weapon after until about 6 months ago. Now I own several. It's addicting. The more they try to take our rights, the more people like me will choose to exercise them. God bless. 100%, James. Thank you. Legacy Productions. Just sent an email with links to the text of the gun control bills in Minnesota trying to pass. Thanks for keeping everybody informed. Thank you. Much appreciated. That's another one that I have to catch up on. Y'all think this is easy. And I still have kids. You know, one's upstairs, one will be home in 15 minutes from school, and two more will be home in about 45 minutes. And mom's in Florida. I try. Titan Traveler, thoughts on this possibly getting the NFA repealed with this constant overreach? That's another reason they're fighting so damn hard, y'all, because what is the ATF saying right now that is kind of like the elephant in the room? They're saying that short-barreled rifles are so dangerous that we have to have them registered and take $200 as a bribe to let people own these items. And now we're saying that these pistol brace items are also, but they've been out for 12 years at our approval, which means if we consider them short-barrel rifles, well, then if there's 40 million from out there, then short-barrel rifles aren't really that dangerous, are they? And there's no need to register them. Thus, lose all kinds of money. That is what they're afraid of. Money. That's all it is. Yeah, they're very scared of this right now. Love you for what you do. God bless from Wisconsin. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate you. Don't you know? Yeah, please do a video on the bullshit going on in Maryland. Yes. Bullshit going on in every state. Even the pro-gun states, even like Missouri, the federal government is suing them for the Second Amendment Preservation Act. Even guns that were, used to be pro-gun, like Virginia, they're having issues still. Every single state is having an issue, which is why I try to do as much as possible. So I will try to do that for you, yes. This is the big one right there. 40 million means common use. 100%. I would love for people to say that more, like especially at hearings. I know it comes up in the lawsuits. I've read 2 or 3 of the lawsuits from cover to cover. And they, excuse me, it's the wife. The NFA is melting down. I agree. It's a big problem. They're gonna have soon. Joel, thanks for everything. Got a huge SOS happening here in Michigan. 33 gun control bills. Yes. Yep. 2AEDU. I know him too. Yes. Yeah, I've covered a few of them. I'll get back at it. Trust me. David, thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right. Any moment now, they should start trickling back in. Let's see. David, when are we going to start holding people accountable instead of tools? It doesn't work when it's part of the agenda, my friend, and it never will. In fact, they let people out. Titan Traveler, NFA items logic. Wait 30 to 365 plus days for Form 1 or Form 4 plus $200 tax somehow makes them less dangerous. Yes, 100%, man. Control, registration, and money. That's all it is. Big government. Build back bigger. Where's the NRA and where's Hunter? So I am one person who is not somebody who, let me say this the right way. I am not somebody who supports the current version of the NRA, and you all know that. If you watch my videos, you know that, right? I often bring out issues with the NRA and some of their legal proceedings. However, I have to give credit where credit is due, and the FRAC lawsuit against the ATF for the pistol brace rule, the NRA is paying a large portion of that lawsuit. Let me stay there for a second. While they are helping with money, they are not part of the lawsuit. They are not a plaintiff. Which for me, in my opinion, this is my channel in case the NRA is watching. If you want to be able to brag about the victories, like when Wayne LaPierre was sitting next to Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, when they signed in constitutional carry, and GOA did all the groundwork, and I know this personally, Rachel and Felicia did, and their team did all the work, and Wayne LaPierre sat there in his suit to take credit. I never support that BS. They should be involved, be a plaintiff, but things, I mean, I'm not even going to the NRA the annual meetings this year. I'm done. They want to get back involved. I mean, this is a good step. Is spending a lot of money into this lawsuit, which has to be, I have to give them credit for it. But it'd be nice to have them in the fight. Yeah, it would be real nice. Get off on my tangent and lost my spot here in the chat, so my bad. Where are we? Boom, got that one. I got that one. Maryland, yep. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude by missing. David, thank you. We got that. Holding people accountable, that'll never happen. NFA Logic, we did that one. Here we go. Have to get back to work. Thanks for doing this. Keep it a good fight. Thank you for being here, and thank you for spending time on Guns and Gadgets, man. I appreciate it. It means a ton to me. Terry, I like the suggestion of sending them to Brandon. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be right. I don't think he would be able to read them anyway. Mike, can you do something about the law proposed in Minnesota and possibility of impacts? Well, I think, is Minnesota the one that has 12? I have to double check, dude. They're all running together because I've been reading, and Like I said a few times, I haven't slept, so I will get back to it. I think it's Minnesota, the one I already did a video on it, but if I'm wrong, I'll get one out. My apologies. Wilbur, I wish there would be pushback to debunking the 100 mass shootings. Seriously, like, I mean, if there were 100 mass shootings, like, come on, that bullshit. But whatever. And here's the problem, Merrick Garland. He still has a hair across his wrinkly prune derriere that he is not on the Supreme Court. Don't forget, Barack Obama wanted him as a Supreme Court justice. Could you imagine everything he's doing right now at the behest of Joe Biden? Could you imagine that type of an activist, anti-gunner on the Supreme Court? Could you imagine that? Do you have any news on what's happening with the gun control agenda in New Mexico? Yeah, they're going to keep trying, and they're going to keep pushing, and they're going to keep chipping away until more people get involved, which is one of the reasons I keep bringing attention to all these things going on across the country. And I will say that I wish more people cared enough where if I did a video about Vermont, most people aren't watching that video because they don't live in Vermont. And I wish we all watched everything and we spread the word on everything and we all helped all of our brothers and sisters across the country when they were being attacked. That would be great. That would be wonderful. Boom, boom, boom. Why is Minnesota allowed to require a permit to purchase? Yeah, so Minnesota, I did do this one. So they had 3 bills allow to that one factor. Why are they getting away with it? Because anti-gun bullshit, really. Because the Supreme Court hasn't said that they can't do a permit scheme for firearms because they're not taxed. So this is the way they're going around it. It's not a tax of a right. This is the Supreme Court, and in like 5 different cases they've said this, so I'm kind of mashing them together. If the fees charged go towards the processing, like the prints, the photos, the background check, then you're not taxing the right. It's taxing it's paying for the process. I don't agree with it, but that's how they get away with the licensing schemes and the permit to purchase schemes. That's how they do it. Kenny, I watch every video of yours I can. Thank you. Thank you, man. There's no Guns and Gadgets without y'all watching, so I appreciate it. Thank you. Keep going. I'm going, man. I'm trying to fill this space while they're in recess. I'm trying. Thank you, bro. I appreciate it. Concealed Carry Kentucky. My new neighbors. I am Reed Henricks is about 10 minutes from Kentucky. I'm about an hour and a half from Reed, so I'm under 2 hours from Middleborough? Middleton, Kentucky is where I stayed when I went to Valor Ridge. Great place. If you want to train, Valor Ridge. Jack Hammer. Due to all the negative press the NRA has had over the last decade, I believe it's a better strategy for NRA to help from behind the scenes. Yeah, and that's probably why they're doing it. And I have friends that are on the board of directors right now, and I'm going to leave their names off of it because they'll be exercised immediately. But if you want to really change the public court of perception, or public perception, and the court of public opinion, then get involved. They still are the biggest elephant in the game. You know, a lot of people don't realize that the NRA is huge. And they've lost a lot. They've lost a lot every year. They keep losing and losing, but they're still the biggest cat. Concealed Carry Kentucky. I also support you selling Blackout in my store here in Kentucky. Thank you. And thank them for believing in us enough to carry our product in their store. It's extremely humbling. Thank you. By the way, if you have a shop, please check out our channel. I mean, our web address, and we do wholesaling. Chris, have you seen some of the laws going around in Virginia? Yes. VCDL is phenomenal. If you're not a member, get on that train if you live in Virginia. Just had a law not so long ago about gun storage. No mandate, just a $300 tax write-off per site. Yes. Yep. One thing, so I just bought a really large Liberty safe in Tennessee, and they had passed a new thing for X amount of weeks, days, months, whatever it is. If you bought a safe, it was tax free. And I'm buying one anyway because I have a lot of things that I keep in safes. But to be able to not pay the government a tax, and it's 10% in Johnson City, that was good. I mean, I'm not a fan of making people buy safes or demanding how people keep their legally, lawfully owned items, but I benefited from that one, from not paying tax. And keeping my money in my pocket instead of the government's is great. Al, imagine a grandmaster or even a Class A shooter from USPSA doing a 10-round, 6-man demo of Congress. Yeah, there was a sheriff a long time ago. It was the 80s. There was a sheriff who did a reload drill with 10-round mags versus, 15, 17-round mags, and he was faster with the 10-round mags. But these are things we don't want them to know, really. We know that they are out there, and it makes the argument sound stupid, but we got to keep those and use them in lawsuits and stuff. We don't want to put it out there because then they're going to switch and say, oh, well, 10-round mags shouldn't be legal, right? And just keep chipping. House of Lamar, I'm also your neighbor here in Arkansas. Much appreciated, brother. You're all my neighbors. I do have some people who watch overseas, but everybody here who's in the continental U.S. are my neighbors. Michael, retired Marine, proud gun owner. Thank you for your service. Never paid attention to the regs ever. Since I started watching your channel, I realized I need to pay attention to everything going on now. Thank you, man. That right there is why I do this. Thank you. Seriously. You just hit me in the feels. That's huge. And if I can get 300 million people to do it too, we would never lose in this country again when it comes to our rights. That's huge, man. Thank you. Jason, did you hear about the MSP rifle stolen out of the cruiser in Malden? I did, and I also know that they're in a jam. I forget what department it was. They're in a jam because a sniper rifle fell off a roof. Yeah, I heard about that. CJ, I was in the school shooting where the principal had a gun in his truck and a gunman at gunpoint until the cops got there. Hell, awesome job on the principal. Must be nice living in that free state, right? VA Wolf, 8,100 likes. Yes. Yeah, dude, VCDL is kicking ass, and GOA and VCDL, they work together like Bert and Ernie. They're pretty solid, man. Dustin, just got my shirts delivered from TriStar. Hell yeah. TriStar does all the Guns and Gadgets shirts. I'm going to take your comment off screen so people can see it. My favorite shirts, man, are these ones. They have the t-shirts, long sleeve, short sleeve. They have flags now. They have patches. I try to wear this every time I see one of my elected officials, or I know I'm going to be somewhere where some of them will be. I have one of these on. Tom, man, thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Losing people because Congress is taking their time, but they will be back here shortly, guys and gals. Sorry to have to drone on and fill time. My apologies. Mike, do we know how much longer the hearing's going to go on? No. It shouldn't be much longer. Like, this is a long hearing. It's already gone on longer. But this is a joint committee, which there's two committees. Usually a committee hearing is like an hour to two. This is a joint committee, and we should be close to the end, I would think. I've been trying to pay attention to who's walking in and out of the room as far as representatives. I think we should be close to the end, especially since they lost their ammunition by packing the room full of people about to spout off and go activist. CJ, Pearl High School and Pearl. Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah, because funny you say this. Most people here knows I used to be a police officer, and I worked as a cop in New Orleans for a while. I'm trying to clean up New Orleans police department. And my partner was from Pearl, Mississippi, and he told me about that. Yeah, he told me about that. Terry Farmer, if you're watching, brother, hope you're good. Hope the family's good to go. He's not even on the job anymore. He's actually in the Navy. Hope everything's good, man. Hope the wife and the kids are great. Let's see. Christian, I love how they want to mandate people using safes, but they don't understand that those safes are heavy. Not many places can handle the weight. Yeah, they don't care, dude. Control doesn't care. They don't care. We don't need the fucking ATF. FK, am right there with you, bro. We believe the same thing. Don't forget, and they were created under the Bureau of Treasury. They are a tax collecting group. That's what they were started as. Now they're in the DOJ, but everything they do was because they were collecting taxes. Yeah. I'm not going to rag on him. Like, he just came down with cancer. I think it was in December that they announced it. And although that does make him look a little like Steven Van Zandt, I'm not going to hammer him on that, because oddly enough, my wife has just lost her mother to cancer. So I understand what that dude is going through right now. And politics aside, I hope he can beat what he's dealing with. Rumble Strip, it's amazing to me how many truckers think it's illegal to have a firearm in the truck. Absolutely. Look into that if you think it is. Thanks for what you do, Jared. Keep it up. Thank you very much. CJ, he was fired. But he lived to be fired, and he lived to get a new job, hopefully. What's your email? spell it out, GunsandGadgets@charter.net. Charter.net. David, Ken Campbell, Gun Site, did the mag change? Yes, that's who it was. It wasn't a sheriff. Yeah, it was Ken. That's right. That was a long time, man. I can barely remember what time I started this video at. I think it was 10. John, thank you so much, man. Appreciate y'all. Oh, man. Hey, guys, help me out. Like the video, share it. More people need to know it's still going on. This is something I think everybody should watch. The Scott, man, thank you so much. The sticker doesn't come over to the program I'm using, but thank you. I can see it on the YouTube side. Appreciate it, man. Good afternoon. Say, cover the gun grab bills in Texas. I wouldn't. It was like 33 of them, something like that. I wouldn't worry too much about the ones in Texas because they do that every single term. But there are a couple that you should keep an eye on. And actually did a video about the 3 that I thought should be attacked immediately by the pro-gun side. I did that when I was in Uvalde. So that was when I did a video on 3 of the ones that, oddly enough, it was the representative from Uvalde from the Uvalde area, the district, that put them up. X item makes an AR machine gun. 2 words. Jerry, yeah, I know Jerry personally, man, and I always ask him when the ATF's gonna make him put a tax stamp on his fingers. Thank you for all you do, Johnson City. Played many shows there. Really? Cool. Be sure to swing by and check out the cash bar. Okay, I'll have to check it out. That's cool. Baffy would be a really good party story. Yeah, absolutely. Rob, should be a guillotine race with it. Yes. Imagine if people were still treated the way they used to be, right? Pete, thank you, bro. BD, thank you very much. VA Wolf, at Tech, the shooter used 2 guns, all 10 round mags. Yes, I remember that. Yep, and there was a big push then to do something. They'll never end. They'll never end. Christian, again, man, thank you, dude. Over the road trucker, it's not illegal, and we all know it. Good. The issue is company policy. Yeah, well, policy, let's say this. I'm on your side. I worked at a company, a private company, and if my old boss is watching, he'll already know this, but I was there for a while, and they had a policy about couldn't carry a gun. And I'm not advocating this, but now that the statute of limitations I'm not working there anymore, I carried every damn day. Every damn day, because what I did was dangerous, and it's my right. My right supersedes their policy in my life, in my realm. I am not an attorney, and I'm not giving legal advice, but I will always do everything I can to make sure I make it home. Policy be damned. Thank you, Dennis, man. Appreciate you. Excuse me 1 second. It's my daughter. Yeah, buddy. Oh, look, another train derailed up here in Ayer, Massachusetts. Distraction technique, maybe. All right, let's see. So I'm going to reach out to GOA. We'll do something with these. Should they make metal detectors in all schools? They should. Nah, let people defend themselves, and you don't need a. If bad guy or bad kid who somehow had enough money to buy 2 Daniel Defense rifles, I don't even have one. This kid had 2. If he knew that people in that school were armed, he ain't going in. He ain't going in. Or he'll severely second guess his initial thoughts. B-Fin, thank you, man. Appreciate you. My feelings are hurt. Hope I'm not the ones who heard them. No, metal detectors. Hell to the no. The tyrant Whitmer in my state is full force. Wonders why she's getting. Yeah, exactly. Gretchen is no friend of freedom. Never has been, never will be. Appreciate everything you do. Timothy, thank you, man. Please keep an eye on Michigan. I will. Yep, I know. I know there is a constant BS with Gretchen. Larry, more attacks on gun rights in Oregon last week. Yep, saw that. Joe, thank you, man. Appreciate you. Belong to the Second Amendment Association and GOA. Solid. Solid, solid. Support those who support you. I say it in just about every video, and I really, really believe it. You know, I really believe it. Sean Swift literally tells new hires that when there's a law prohibiting... There's a law prohibiting... Swift says that? Well, you know what Swift stands for, right? See what I... Today? So, wouldn't surprise me that they would try to, you know, bamboozle new hires. Duncan. Glad you're able to out it from anti-freedom. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And thanks for the prayers. It means an awful lot. Like, we need it right now. Thank you. Come on, Congress. I got stuff to do. Excuse me. I love PewTubers just like you. Thanks, man. PewTuber, huh? I've been called a lot of things in life, but never a PewTuber. That's cool, man. Thanks. Dick, why does no one ever point out Australia's homicide rate stayed the same? I've heard that in arguments, not recently, but I have heard that, especially when they're talking about like confiscation. In fact, I think the last time I heard it was the last session of Congress. It was a bill that was looking to do what Australia did, and that was the big fight against it. I can't even remember the name of the bill right now. There's so many of them. Oh, excuse me. Pack some boxes. Yes, I have to pack. It's funny. Yes, I have to pack more boxes. I got a 30-yard dumpster out back, ripping through stuff. And it's much easier to do it when the sun's up. I don't own a Daniel Defense. Looking to purchase a BCM. Big deal for me. Yeah, man. You know, some of those rifles are pretty expensive. The ones that have, you know, I got a couple SIGs, and I love my. You know who I've been thoroughly impressed with lately is CMMG. You know, got friends there, and you know, I work with them, but even before I was able to work with them, they make a very, very impressive product, and I love them. Man, I can't wait to take my new one to a class. I really can't. That should be phenomenal. Timothy, thank you. Thank you so much. Selena Girl, Missouri Firearms Collection. Tell me more. Well, if you want to know more about the group, this probably isn't the spot, but the people fighting right now to keep SAPA and to keep that state pro-gun are doing a hell of a job. WTP super sticker, thank you. You can't see it, but I see it right here. Thanks for being you. Thank you. Appreciate you. love for all humans. Want to end school shooting and defund the FBI and drugs. You know, if you want more information on that and how the drugs and the broken family and stuff like that actually statistically has a huge impact on school shooters, Paul Glasgow, my buddy over Legally Armed America, did a book on that. Head over to his website, grab the book, support Paul, phenomenal person. He also is Louisiana state director for GOA, not the state rep, state director. His book, I read that thing cover to cover, one sitting. Good book. A lot of stats, a lot of stuff you can back up conversations with. Really good. Bonnie Blue, What About Us by rapper Samson. Most Pro 2A. So I'll have to just check it out. Okay, I'll check it out. Talking about Minnesota red flag and registry. Yeah, they suck. I did. So there were 13 bills in Minnesota submitted, and there were 3 focuses. These 13 bills, most of them were grouped together in 3s and 4s, and that's what they want. They want the registry, they want a red flag, and the permit to purchase a gun. It's all BS. If you want to stop it, you need the citizens need to get active to stop it. Absolutely. Oof, this is a good one. Favorite CMMG caliber. I would expect this question from my friend, the bearded buffoon, Mike. Favorite caliber, man, that's good. So currently, as I sit, I have a Mark 9 that has a pistol brace, and it's the Colt pattern 9mm mags. Love it. It's awesome. Actually, I have 3 now, guys. I just got one this past week. I also have what I still call the Mutant. I have the MK, the Mark 47. Love. That might be my, next to the MP5, that is my most favorite gun that I get to have the honor to go to different events across the country and shoot regularly. I love that gun. Love it. It's a 7.62 in an AR platform. That's why it's called, by us, the Mutant. But it's the Mark 47. Phenomenal gun. And I just picked up a Resolute in 5.56, which is a full 16-inch barreled rifle, and I haven't been able to shoot that yet. But I want to take it to a class. I'm falling in love with the Descent that they just came out with. This is sounding like a CMMG ad. I'm sorry, but that was the question. But the Descent they just came out with, which is the recoil system is in the upper receiver. There's no buffer tube. That gun, it's like a sewing machine. The 9mm one, I shot the hell out of when I was at Boonville at the CMMG event. That gun, if it's not on your radar, put it on your radar. Awesome gun. This is a great question, man. I could just keep going. They also have that same gun, the Descent. They have there's one with Glock pattern mags, 9mm mags. There's one with 320 SIG 320 pattern mags. And there's they have one that's 9mm with a AR conversion mag, so you can still use AR mags, and your training's the same, your kit's the same, you just change out the inside of the mag. And then they have the 5.7 that the Descent's badass. Check it out. All right, I'm gonna change subject because that's sounding too much like a CMMG paid ad. How's your new assistant working out in Tennessee, man? You at the expo at Fort Worth. He's wearing a Buc-ee's. Yeah, Johnny, dude, I love that cat. I really do. Like, Johnny, I'm so lucky to have Johnny in my life. He is one of my true friends that I know I can count on. There's a couple, I don't have a ton. John Patton. The guys and gals you hear me talk about or you see me with regularly, those like Johnny is... For real, it's like we're brothers from another mother, man. I love that cat. Carol, excuse me, got the light in my eye. What steps would you take to harden schools, and would you guess the average cost per school? Well, to harden schools will cost billions and billions of dollars. I was at a public school in Massachusetts where, in our system in Worcester, Massachusetts, dead center of the state. Another student at another school on the other side of the town, the city, murdered another student with a butcher knife. Didn't ask for butcher knife bans, by the way. That student, the murderer, ended up in my homeroom at my school. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He was in our school, went to that school, murdered him, then went to prison. And they started to harden schools. They put like security guards on campus. They're not stopping anything. Schools were talking about metal detectors. You want to harden a school and you want it to be a cost-effective way? Ask veterans in your area. Go to the VFW. Go to veterans shelters. These cats will protect Americans, and they'll do it for pennies on the dollar that you would have spent if you had some big fluting. Here we go, back live.
Today's call to order, and the chair recognizes Mr. Biggs for his time.
Let me switch the audio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The witnesses for being here today. All of you, and even though I disagree with Mr. Wilcox on many things, we've encountered each other before in other hearings, so I appreciate you being here as well, and I appreciate all of you and your testimony. Passionate and thoughtful. If somebody were to just join us, just real briefly, Mr. Bosco again, pistol brace is designed to do what?
A pistol brace is an orthotic device designed to help people with limited mobility, including our wounded veterans, fire these large, unwieldy pistols in a more safe manner.
Does it make it, and it does not make the gun more lethal?
It is not a force multiplier, no.
All right. Well, let's just get to the nub of this, and I'll ask all of you this question. Mr. Bosco, as the designer and inventor of the pistol brace, did the ATF contact you for input or collaboration when it went to change the rule that you've been relying on for 10 years?
No, they didn't. But for years, we worked with ATF to try to get to the bottom of parameters that we could work with to allow us to make a product that fit and suit what they thought the needs should be.
Ms. Swerd, as an expert in this area, were you contacted?
I was not, no.
Mr. Wilcox, I believe you initiated some of this with regard to pistol brace, the rule change. Am I wrong in that? I thought that's what you testified to earlier.
No, that's incorrect, sir.
You submitted a request through the portal. What did you request?
That was for the ghost gun regulation.
Oh, excuse me. So you requested a regulation change for ghost guns?
Yes, we submitted a petition for rulemaking through the formal process.
Okay. But you initiated that. That wasn't like they came to you. You initiated that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Larosier, were you, as a practitioner in this area, were you extended the opportunity by ATF to, did they call you and say, let's collaborate on this?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Larosier, were any laws changed in Congress to allow any of these things? The outlawing of the gun brace, the ghost gun law, or the zero tolerance policy? Anything that'll authorize the zero tolerance policy by this body?
Absolutely not, sir.
Ms. Swear, is that accurate?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, this body, this House of Representatives, Congress, and the President enact any law providing for control of ghost guns, outlawing pistol braces, or authorizing ATF to enact a zero tolerance policy?
No, it did not.
So this is essentially a bureaucratic institution that has decided it's going to impose its will, and that will is going to be imposed by one or two people at the top of the ATF, and then they're going to funnel it down to all the ATF workers to enforce. I want to tell you that is certainly antithetical to the Constitution of the United States and the separation of powers. So my constituents fear that what they legally possess today will soon be make them a felon through administrative rulemaking. One of my constituents tells me that the ATF is denying his 4th NFA tax stamp because information the ATF says that information is incorrect on his application. That's a technical.
They did that to me.
The only
3
problem is
times.
that the ATF said the information was correct most recently in the same e-form that was correct in October of 2022. Another concerning example, FFL in my district was inspected by the ATF and the agent took personal pictures of the FFL's records without the FFL's consent. This happened in my district. One constituent waited more than 450 days for ATF to resolve his suppressor application. I could go on. I've got a whole list of these things that have gone on in my district. And this is because ATF is basically run amok. It is a bureaucracy, and they're the same people that gave us Operation Fearless. If you remember, those of you may remember Operation Fearless, where they lost guns and weapons in Milwaukee. And then they came and testified before Congress that that sting operation, it was a mistake, yes, and we only did it in Milwaukee. And then reports came out. They'd done it all over the country in many locations. This is the same group of people that put together a Fast and Furious. And Fast and Furious, where traces indicated that a gun sold by the FFL was actually sold to ATF agents. And I'm told we should trust the ATF. They're a great agency. And I'm telling you, they're not. And I would just make a couple other quick comments here. I did think it was humorous when my friend, the ranking member Nadler, talked about the radicalist Supreme Court because he didn't like their ruling. I thought that was interesting. And I thought it's also interesting that he now supports AFT's rulings on the any of these bans. But guess what? He didn't say anything. He seemed to be okay with them for the previous 10 years. And they had controlled every arm of government, House, Senate, and the presidency. And they could have made all these changes through the appropriate mechanism, which is to introduce legislation, vote on it, debate on it, and if it passes, send it to the president. Couldn't get it done. So now what they want to do is resort to what they always want to do, and that's the authoritarian complex of the left, and I yield back.
Thank you. In closing, I want to thank our panelists once again for their important and insightful testimony today. All of you, apologize for what happened earlier. And listen, we have rules for the way members, witnesses, and the public conduct themselves. And regardless of their reasoning, and there's no way anybody up here can be a minor or otherwise, I wouldn't do anything different and won't. We have to have decorum, we have to have civility, we have to be above, and you know what, that's what makes our country special, the fact that we do have a right to redress and freedom of speech, but we can't do it in that manner. There are some constraints and guidelines. So with that, and without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days with which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the subcommittee stands adjourned.
All right, let me change my audio here. All right, guys, so that's the wrap. There we go. That should sound better. Yeah, that's a wrap. It's done. I will remind you that the ATF boss, Steve Dettelbach, will be before Congress next month. I have it in my, actually, let me look. I'm going to give you the date so you can watch it here with me. April. Sorry. It's April 26th. I'll be covering it live, and that should be very interesting because they're going to make him answer to some allegations related to this. So that's that, guys and gals. I want to thank you guys. There was thousands and thousands of people watching this and all day long, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. We're 40 seconds away from 5 hours. Thank you. I appreciate each and every single one of you. I love you, and I'm going to say it just because it means something a little extra to me today. Tell those that you love them, because you don't know when you won't have that chance again. And with that, be safe, stay vigilant, carry a gun to keep you, your friends, your family, your community safe. Check out the sponsors of the video, the live stream. It's Blackout Coffee and TriStar Trading. Links are in the videos, every video description I do, guys. And I'll see you on the next one. Have a phenomenal day. Take care.